we're having a steak party for the Simcoe chapter, Hell's Angels, and then Dean shows up. All of a sudden, his face drops, and he, you know, he's not saying it quite. He says, "I'm going to shoot that guy tonight. I'm going to get him." Right? Dean was banging one of the girls he used to. It's not his fault. Like, I mean, like, excuse me, who's your boyfriend? Like, you know. Yeah. So he was actually going to try to shoot Dean. He said it, and then, you know, then you can just tell all these sneaky little moves. One guy passing it, like, you know, and I'm telling another guy, "Hey, it's on, man. It's fucking on," right? So we go to the trainer and we just come out and we just started blasting him. That was it. You know, unfortunately, he's in a wheelchair to this day. Nobody died from it, but we made our point. You know, he crawled his way out of the boxing club, and then he made it out to the street, and he made it upstairs, and he was banging on people's door. He happened to bang on a friend of ours' door, and she phoned, "There's a guy bleeding, asking for help, the ambulance," and all this stuff. So we went over, and it was him. So he got shot again. I'm not going to say by who or not, but he's in a wheelchair he's like a paraplegic now and everything.
All right, if you guys could hear me, just having a little bit of technical difficulties on the live because I wasn't even able to hear that back. So let me see what I'm missing here on my end. Check speakers. Give me a second. All right, let me hop in though real quick before I bring Bobby in, and something's going on my end though. All right, so let me know right now. You guys could hear me because I can't hear anything coming through my laptop for some reason. This is odd. And when Bobby was just in here before, I wasn't able to hear him. So let me know in the comments. I'm here, my man. Hey, Frank, how are you doing? DJ, I know you said yes, sir. Could you hear me now talking? I can hear Antsy. Perfect. All right. Well, let me try to bring in Bobby. He's still connecting into. They will need to connect their mic and cam before you can add them to the stream. All right. So let him do that. I don't know why I wasn't able to hear that video through my laptop. That makes no sense. Let me just check one thing here. Haven't done a live through here in a second. We'll get it. We always get it rocking. It's just when you do live, sometimes the technical BS that you got to go through. So my apologies. Let me see. What am I missing? And thank you everyone for joining and tuning in. I really, really, really appreciate it. Let me try to put up another clip and see if I could hear.
We're having a steak party for the Simcoe chapter, Hell's Angels, and then Dean shows up. All of a sudden, his face drops, and he, you know, he's not saying it quite. He says, "I'm going to shoot that guy tonight. I'm going to get him." Right? Dean was banging one of the girls he used to. It's not his fault. Like, I mean, like, excuse me, who's your boyfriend? Like, you know. Yeah. So he was actually going to try to shoot Dean. He said it, and then, you know, then you can just tell all these sneaky little moves. One guy passing it, like, you know, and I'm telling another guy, "Hey, it's on, man. It's fucking on," right? So we go to the trainer and we just come out and we just started blasting him. That was it. You know, unfortunately, he's in a wheelchair to this day. Nobody died from it, but we made our point. You know, he crawled his way out of the boxing club, and then he made it out to the street, and he made it upstairs, and he was banging on people's door. He happened to bang on a friend of ours' door, and she phoned, there's a guy bleeding, asking for help, the ambulance and all this stuff. So we went over, and it was him. So he got shot again. I'm not going to say by who or not, but he's in a wheelchair he's like a paraplegic now and everything.
All right. Well, if you guys could hear me, then I'm going to wait until then Bobby gets back in here. And welcome to the Loomis Show. If you're new here, please subscribe, hit that like button. Everything on all of this, though, is just looking completely different, though. So hold on. Let me see what I got. Presets. Oh, okay. That's what it was. Oh, give me a second. This is the thing with live sometimes. You just got to go with the flow. And the funny thing is, me and Bobby already did a check. Like, we tested this at like 1:30 p.m. and we were fine. But I don't even think at first I thought it was on his end. I don't think it's on his end. I think it's on my end. I can't hear anything because usually even when I play those videos, I could hear them all the time. But for some reason, I'm not hearing anything. And even on my normal laptop, just in case I got the volume all the way up, not muted. Everything is good on that end. Headline optional create no edit. That has nothing to do with that. Sorry, folks. No, that just mutes myself. Settings, camera, audio, default speakers, good. All right, let me see. Now I just have to wait till Bobby comes in, and then when you guys, if you guys can hear me, then we will just be able to start. Let's see. Yes, you're good, Loomis. I can hear and see you. All right, let me. Still waiting on Bobby. He was just backstage, but I thought it was him, and I told him, Bobby, I can't hear you, and I thought it had something to do on his end because we did a test. But now he's trying to get back in because he's here, but it says they will need to connect their mic cam before you can add this to the stream. So if you guys don't mind bearing with us though for a couple of minutes, what is going on? See what we got here now. It's Roy Anderson. What is going on, my friend? Dean, the actor, stuntman. Did you guys mention that on Sunday? Interesting twist and incident up in Collingwood. It's just a routine robbery of sorts turned tragic. Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about Bobby's friend Dean, and that was pretty much like what the whole show was all about. I mean, we talked obviously about some stuff. See, I'm from America, and I was always fascinated with how the mob in Canada is still they're still doing cowboy shit up there. Where around here, it's not like that. And I always thought it was because of RICO and stuff like that, but because Canada doesn't have the RICO statute. But I mean, they still put people away though for 25 to whatever for life, and they have the gangsterism law and stuff like that. So it fascinates me. And people like Vito Rizzuto and stuff. We talked like Bobby's life story, and pretty much and all everything just ended up coming through by him just telling his life story, and it was absolutely incredible. If you guys missed it, definitely check it out. I have it in the description, the link in the description for that full original interview. But let's see if I could get Bobby in here. Let's see what's going on. And I don't know why I can't hear it through my speakers either. So this is probably more on my end. Okay. No, it's not you. I think it's on my end because I can't even hear anything though through my speakers, and people are telling me that they're hearing me, but even when you were on before, you probably were, you know, you were probably fine, but I don't know why I can't hear you. Yeah, it doesn't make sense though. Why though I can't though hear a thing. So maybe I'll just X out of the tab and come back in the tab myself. But yeah, just do come back in the same way on the test that we did earlier, and then you came in through the Facebook way, right? Yeah, so just come back in through that, and then like you were there, it just said that you have to access your mic and camera. Well, yeah, can't you go back though to the original email I sent you with the link and then just do that and click? All right, yeah, because I'm even gonna X out, not end the stream though, because of all the stuff that I have on it. I'm just gonna X out and come back in, and hopefully then I'll be able to hear as well. But just do the same exact thing that you did. I could actually, even if you want me to, watch, I could do it right now. I'm on StreamYard, and I am going to just send you the link again. What's that? Oh, okay, so you don't need me to send the link again? All right, well, because I'm going to X out quick and then come right back in too. So, all right, I'll see you in a second. All right, brother. All right, guys, bear with this. Hopefully this works. Let me see. All right, I'm back on. Let me see if I could. You guys can hear me? These lives, man, I'll tell you. Always something. And we made sure today we're like, no, not like 6:30. Let's do it at like 12:30, 1 o'clock to make sure everything's good. And that's what we did. And of course, this has happened. And so I got to see if I can hear sound though through even something old.
Well, it used to be old Mowgli's, right? Yeah, that was Mowgli's spot. Yeah.
I still can't hear anything coming through here. This is making no sense to me at all. Hold on. Get rid of that tab. I know that has nothing to do with it, but.
Well, it used to be old Mowgli's, right? Yeah, that was Mowgli's spot.
What is going on? Why can't I hear anything? I got it all set up too on the right speakers, right everything. Let me hit settings and just see maybe if get Logitech Pro camera, camera touch appearance. Let me see audio, or even just. I'm gonna have to do that and then go back and try with each one. Sorry, guys.
All the stuff I was bringing up with the
That's not working. What is going on with this?
all the stuff I was bringing up with the crew.
No. I don't know what to do here. And so this isn't even on Bobby. This is on me. Like it, and I have no idea why this is not working. Let me see. Audio. And then these are probably, this is the last one though that I could hit, just if I could at least hear what's coming back through. So let me check this.
All the stuff I was bringing all the stuff I was bringing up with the crew. He had a lot of respect.
This is ridiculous. Again, deeply apologize for this. This never happens. I have no idea. Let me try, maybe if I try this. All right. Now let me see if that's going to make a difference or not.
All the stuff I was bringing up with the crew.
I don't know, guys. This is not making any sense whatsoever. Never lose access. Netgear connected. Home system setting. No. I have no idea. I might have to
All the stuff I was bringing up.
put up a new link and then come back in that way. So just look for it. That's the only way I'm going to be able to do this because there's nothing. Everything is set how it's always set for me. I don't understand why. Mute. So they're telling me to use the layout buttons. Hold on. No, that has nothing to do with that.
We're having a steak party for the.
Makes no sense. Guys, look for the live stream that's going to be on in about 5 minutes. I'm going to have to put up a new link now on this, unfortunately, because there's nothing at all. I'm here, Bob Dennery. Bobby's a great storyteller. What's up, bro? What's up, Dave Lopez? Jason Flanders. Hello from Fairfax, Vermont. Canadian Underworld Crafties here. What's going on? Great. I'm happy you guys are all here. It's that I don't know what is going on. I can't hear anything through my speakers whatsoever. And me and Bobby did this earlier and it worked fine. and for some reason, it's not working right now, obviously. Let me see. Used. Hold on, I don't want to give up on it just yet.
Yeah, there used to be old monkeys, right? Yeah.
Why can't I hear that? It even says my volume's on 100% on my laptop. And for my speakers, yes, but there's adjust the mic volume. That has nothing to do with it. Speakers right. Default. Let me try this again.
I taught an art class in a federal penitentiary, and I had to get to a class I was teaching, and to get to the class I was teaching, I took a shortcut through the yard, and I was walking through the yard with my
Hold on, guys. Let me try this one more time. Get me out of here. can't hear you. Unbelievable. You know what? You can stay there, Bobby. I'm gonna have to use the phone. I just literally restarted, rebooted this whole laptop, and it's not on.
I'm glad you had to do it. I'm shit on a computer.
All the stuff I was bringing up with the crew.
All right, stay backstage. Bobby will be right there. Damn.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect. Hold on.
Can you hear me, buddy?
Yeah. You're just it's just faded. It kind of sounds like you're from a distance, but you could hear me.
We can even use that if you can't, you know what I mean, right? But I can hear you.
Yeah,
great.
yeah. I'm gonna use the phone. I mean,
But I can hear you great, man.
All right. Well, then there we go. That freaking light. You can hear?
Yeah. Go.
Hold on. I don't know, that was a first for me, or not a first of screwing up, but a first where my speakers on the laptop weren't working.
Well,
How do
my
I get
friend
it?
on the crafty one, he says that happens to him sometimes. So, especially when you're doing live feeds, right? You know, it's
Okay. So anyway, and it's on comments. So we're here.
yeah.
You can hear me?
I can hear you, man.
All right. I could hear you. I just am gonna have to go close to, like, I don't know why I can't hear you that good. Everyone out there who's listening, could you hear me and Bobby? Bobby Bright and Loomis sound good. All right. They hear us, Bobby.
Let's rock.
You know what's so weird? Hold on. Let me shut this off because I feel like there's an echo coming from the left. Yeah, and you know what's weird? I'm on the phone, but then it's like fading, like it's about to like shut off. Like every 2 seconds, I can touch the phone.
That was me. I was talking to the people on my phone, right? So I just turned it off. So yeah, if you had an echo, that was from me. Yeah.
You know what, too? And to play it safe, let me just plug this in, and then like it's not. Yeah. Well, whatever. You can hear me. How you doing, my man?
Yeah, I'm great, man. How are you, brother? Yeah.
Doing good. Sorry about that, my man. Sorry, that was all on me. 40 minutes in, and
My whole life, it happens. It happens, bro.
No, absolutely. But I just don't know why. I could hear you, but it's very, very, very. You know what? Let me just put the headphones on.
All right.
All right. Hold on. I'll tell you why. Make sure everything else is off. That's on. Let me put on my Bluetooth. JPL. There. Bobby.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but it's not coming through my
Everybody can
that's
hear
just
us.
it's so weird. And then basically it's like I can hear you, but my phone keeps going off as if it's not going on. And I have this hooked up now, and you're not coming through these though. Like, what is going on? I don't understand. Let me see.
You're asking the wrong guy, man. I know nothing.
No. And everyone watching, I'm sorry about this. These freaking lives, I'll tell you. Hold on. Could you hear me?
Yep.
That's weird that you could hear me even when I even mute the sound on that. Hold on. And connection, Bluetooth is on. We're going to have to make this work like this way. And I'm just going to have to listen very, very close. So sorry, my mug is so close to the screen. Anyway, so everyone out there, though, they could hear us, I guess, real good. For some reason, I can't hear. Let's see. Go ahead, Bobby. Say something.
Testing.
Okay, now I can hear you a lot better.
Testing.
Okay.
Okay.
And then, all right, Eric said that sounds perfect for us. Beautiful. I don't know. That's the first time that this brand new laptop pretty much too. I mean, it's like a year old, but I mean, I never had that problem. All brand new mics and the thing. I mean, we tried at 12:30 this afternoon.
Maybe somebody's tapping in on us because what I'm,
yeah. And then I had to keep touching the phone though, because so basically it's like, like if you don't touch your phone for a while, it fades away and then it goes off. That's happening on my phone, which I don't understand. So it's like I'm not like locked in here, but whatever. If this is working like this, I'm just gonna have to just keep tapping on the phone here and there. And even when I do that, you guys can see there it goes. It goes to black, but whatever. It's working.
Yep.
Let's get into it. So Bobby,
yes,
you told your life story. And the link is in the description. And like I told you, it was by far one of, if not my favorite interviews. Like just the way how you were, I had no idea. Like with a lot of the stuff though that you've been through and all of that stuff. But if you want to take us back for some people maybe that didn't see and get into where you're from. All of that type of stuff, and then we'll just work it like how and then we'll shoot back and forth with each other.
Sure. I was growing up in the East End part of Toronto, Canada. It's called Flemington Park, nicknamed Little Detroit because of all the murders. Because I was there late 60s and all through the 70s and the 80s. Right. That was home base for me. And that's where. What my book's about. It's about like Dean and I, and the trials and tribulations.
And for everyone out there, Dean, right? That's Dean right there on the left. There you are right there, Bobby. That was sometime in the 80s, I believe. Correct?
Yeah, I think that picture we were maybe 17 or something like that. Yeah. I think that's when I just got back from Alberta. Like, remember I was telling that. I messed up on timelines a little bit. I had to get all my records out and stuff like that. I got them all here now. But yeah, I was only out west for 9 months, it turns out. So yeah, I had to backtrack and I got my whole life story and
No, yeah, get into it though. That's good though. Well, listen, you absolutely from just that episode that we did. which is right here, folks. Bobby Bright, The Hard Life. It's the last in the video section. But if you go in the description of this, the link to that is there. And definitely check it out. It was we did a good 2-hour pre-recorded video where we both were able to hear each other, and there was none of this BS, so everything went smooth. And but definitely check it out. And I wanted to have Bobby back on now to anyone have any questions, anything like that. But again, Bobby, start back off though to where you were doing. I didn't mean though to jump back up to I just wanted to really make sure that these are all working right here in the pictures I have, because I haven't done a show through a phone in so long through StreamYard. So
okay, before I start, can I say something to all the mothers that when I was on the street, growing up in Fleming Park, everybody was so tight knit. Like we used to say, for instance, for kicks, we used to throw eggs at the cops, and then they come out and chase us. We scatter like cockroaches, and we can run in anybody's house in the underground garage in there and hide. You know what I mean? Like that's how nobody liked cops, and code of silence was all there. Nobody finked on nobody. You know what I mean? But anyways, all the mothers, like of course Dean's mom, but there's one in particular where always when I was on the streets or something, Dean's mom, Marie Copcove, we're talking classy ladies here. They're born after the war. Dean's mom had to escape with her mother from Yugoslavia. It was in World War II, right? To come over, right? So she just has that, you know what I mean? A strong woman. And then we have another very, very, I call her the queen of the park, Fleming Park, Sandra McNeil, and her 5 brothers. They were neighbors with us for years, and then we had a house fire and burned all our shit down, so we had to move out. And they were very instrumental when we moved in there. They welcomed us with open arms and stuff, and then of course when I was on the streets, took me in, no questions asked, and mother treated me like one of her. I was the 6th son in their family. There was Michael, Jackie, Patrick, which is not with us anymore. Me and him, I could have told you stories about Pat, and Terry, and the youngest Dwayne. So I was like the 6th son in their house, and her and I had many conversations. And then when our whole family had to live somewhere. So here's another classy lady, Jean Skrepnik, with their 2 kids, good friends of mine. Their kids, Billy and Tanya Skrepnik, and they put us up in their house and fed us, and wow, that was a bad fire. We lucky got out of there, but well, and then everybody else's mother, like, I mean, they were good parents, like, we had, like, just in my row in Fleming, we had the Gowans, we had the Donnellys, the McNeils, the Braddos, the Murrays, the list goes on, right? And another classy lady, Flo McKinnon, when I came back, when I got out, I used to stay in her basement and that, and, it was just amazing, the care and the love. And most of these ladies were single parents, right? And Darren's parents, Leon and Merle, right? Me and Darren were playing Black Sabbath up loud with their, like, my dad used to jam with his dad, right? And yeah. Right? And so we got into me. We started taking where they left off, right? Because when we first moved in there, my dad got his we had shit getting thrown through our windows, multi cocktails, stuff like that, right? Right? There was some shit going on, and then Mr. McNeil, Murray McNeil, and I guess Mr. Gallen, and then some of my dad's crew, they went and took care of these motherfuckers. Excuse me, right? So close right. With my dad, over there, right? But that's what I like to say, and that's what kind of neighborhood it was. But plus the villains, like, even the villains were cool. Like Like you would never know. It's a very special place. Like when I dream at night, like sometimes I'm always down, like back there in somebody's house. You know what I mean? It's just, it's just remarkable. They say when you dream, you always go back to the your best memories, I guess, right?
So all these people though, they just took you, like they took you in basically like with open arms at certain times, and you know, like that's great though, man. That's great. Back where like the neighborhoods, like back in those days, where you didn't have to lock your doors. Doors are always open. Or David, you guys like how we were talking, even though you were involved with crime and with your crew and stuff, the neighborhood was safe because you guys kept it safe.
Yeah, like I said, we be out shit disturbing. And then when one time they got smart, they send one cruiser in because there's only one way in and one way out to Vendome place, right where we're in Flemington. But they said they parked over on another street, and they tried to get us. So we all scattered like cockroaches, but they didn't know our undergrounds because we had all underground parking with all the townhouses all put together, right? So we can run in anybody's house, and you know what I mean. And we're fast too with kids. No one was going to catch us guys, right? And and they're like, we're running from the cops. Oh, okay. They locked the door, turn off the light. It was just beautiful.
Oh, yeah. Get in there. Yeah. The cops are the enemies to them, basically.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was. When the cops.
Well, that's because they were probably grateful, though, because you guys are like policing in a way for them. You're not going to let anyone, though, bother them. And they trust you.
Well, I remember growing up, there was gang fights. The St. Dennis gang against the Flemington Park gang, and the Flemington Park gang against the Region gang, Region Park gang, right? So there was rumbles. We won, but we also beat it, kick everybody's ass in sports too. So hockey, right? So a lot of good athletes came out of my area too, right? Good hockey players. Yeah. Right? So.
Nice, yeah. No, yeah, we were talking about that. Roy Anderson here said Flemington is now a different place than how it was.
Yeah. I know. I went down there, and it's so different now. They even repainted it. And, it's just worse. It's just another Ontario housing shithole now, right? But we had 2 community centers there. We in the community center, we learned how to, box and wrestle and stuff like that. And we had a Japanese center, Winford Drive, and that's where Dean started his martial arts. But then he went downtown, right? He was a big Bruce Lee fan, right, Dean, right? He even went to Japan and
there he is doing the splits right there.
Yeah. Like he even went to Japan, and the guy that won the tournament, Dean kicked his ass, but they took 2 points away from him. That's why that guy won. So Dean finished third, right? And the guy that he kicked his ass was number, like, you believe that, like, come on.
No, it's just so Dean was, I know he's tough son of a bitch though, but he was all in the martial arts and all that stuff too, so he knew the craft and all that. Growing up, I'm trying to find out the other pics though of him though, because there's another pic of him too with the 2 guys behind him where he's doing the split. There's another one of Dean. And did you ever Danny McNeil, blonde chap that grew up in Blake Street? You know him?
Oh yeah, Danny. I haven't seen him in ages. Hey brother, hey bud, how you doing, man? Yeah.
Well, no, Roy Anderson. Roy's asking you that if you know he goes Danny McNeil, blonde chap that grew up in Blake Street.
Oh, of course. Oh yeah, man. He was a member at the boxing club too. I know Danny for years, man.
Absolutely, no, that's great. And then there's how about though the wrestler? I just saw a question though, real quick, and then I'll get into more of letting you go. Did you ever cross paths with someone by the name of Johnny Canine?
Yeah, the wrestler. Yeah, he hooked up with the bikers, and they throw him in there for muscle, I guess, right? And I met him. I believe I don't want to know if I should say his name. The president at that time, I'll just use initial KP, or Dougie. Well, maybe it was Dougie Hoyle. He just died recently. I think KP came after Dougie Hoyle, right? But I'm not sure. But I know who Johnny Canine. He's from Hamilton. He's part of the Hamilton crew. with Johnny Pops, I believe, right? I think Johnny Pops had him there doing some work, if I'm not mistaken.
We got, how did Dino Bravo get involved in organized crime? I thought he was on his way up to WWF. Did something happen?
Well, he got mobbed up. He got in debt, actually. My uncle was a professional wrestler. We used to go down to Global TV station where they used to have it, and we used to watch him wrestle against the Sheik, the Love Brothers, all those 70s guys, right? I don't know how old people are in here, right? But his name was Cool Cat Billy Jackson or something like that. And we were just so young. We're going, "Hi, Uncle Vince," and he's like going like this, right? Like, because his name's Cool Cat Billy Jackson from Detroit or something, right? Whatever name. And they even did a movie too, about wrestlers, truck drivers going on the road. But Dino Bravo, I know he got in debt. He was a heavy and gambler, right? So yeah, there's a documentary on that if you want to look at that, bro. Right?
Oh, yeah. What's the name of the documentary? Do you know?
I can't remember, but I think, I don't know if he was in. I think he was, because you got to remember, before the Rizzutos, it was the Catronis, right? And then after Catroni, it was Viola, right? So I don't know what era. So the 70s, it could have been Catroni. I'm pretty sure, or Viola, one of those two he was in debt with, right? So,
yeah, Catroni. Yeah. Is that the guy that was? I saw something a long time ago about one guy that started out though in wrestling, no matches though, and who was mobbed up. Is that Catroni or not? 'Cause
yeah.
I'm not a student really well versed with that. I know some stuff about the Rizzuto clan. That's pretty much it. So
Yeah.
I'm not. We're very well versed in Canadian.
I know Dino Bravo was in the 70s, so that must have been Catroni days. And then when Catroni stepped down, it was Viola, right? So if I'm not mistaken, right? They were a calibrated, right? So
yeah. And to everyone know in the comment section, keep blasting away questions, and thank you very much. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Roy Anderson, Canadian guy. Subscribe to the Canadian Underworld News, crafty one. I want to thank him though for sharing that clip about when we were talking about Vito Rizzuto, and the people though that are for the people that are on now, Bobby. If you want to. Hold on, let me go to, because I'm on the phone though here, so it's different. So I'm trying to do this as best as possible. But let me go to here. So you want to talk a little bit though about this guy and the influence though that he had and like reputation, and because from where I'm from, he's known as the John Gotti of Canada pretty much. And what's real cool is, I don't know if you ever seen this. There's wiretaps of him, and there's a guy that calls him, and he's like, "Vito, I lost my Escalade," and he's like, "And I had a very important papers in there." And Vito's on the phone, just like, "Oh yeah, I don't know, I'll see, whatever." Literally, I think it was like an hour later, the guy had his briefcase and the Escalade back. So I mean, everything was.
But you know what happened there? Buddy owed money, so we used to do the same thing because we had all the truck drivers or tow truck drivers, you know what I mean, right? In the East End. So somebody was late with a payment or something, we used to tow his car away or his Escalade or whatever fancy car he had, right? And then they would call, probably Dean or maybe Johnny or somebody. And then all of a sudden the bill got paid and then the car showed up. That's what I think would happen. That's what I think would happen with that phone call on the tape.
Well, on that tape that I'm talking about, it just sounded like a random citizen though who was just calling saying, "I just could really use like the briefcase." And Vito,
he was. Well, those guys I know it in our neighborhood in Flemington, if anything went down, because car theft's been like one of the number ones, especially in Montreal. I know all the we did not to be traced. We used to drive them down to Montreal. You know what I mean? Right. So there was no trace or we put him in a movie. As the years went on, I had a buddy, he got all the cars for the movies. I don't want to say his name, I'll get him in trouble. But they say you smash your car, no cops, you get away, you bring it down to the shop, right? The mechanic would do his thing, and then all of a sudden, if there was a movie going on, we put that car in a movie, so it was gone forever to get blown up or something.
So I like how on Canadian Underworld, though, he made a good point, though, about when Dean was telling you about Rizzuto, how he was like, this guy went to New York and stuff like that. And this is before it all blew up, though, about the bananas and all that stuff. And he was kind of like, he was giving context to like laying down about the point that like that's supposed to be secret and stuff, but like people still don't.
Yeah. Well, I never asked him where he heard it, but obviously he was told in trust, right? Because we weren't going down there blind. Like in that game, man, especially with that weight we were, playing with too. You don't know if it, right? So like I said, that was an introduction. I think Rennell and Dean, they were inside together. I think that's where they clicked up, or maybe I can't remember, but I know they clicked up somewhere. Maybe it was through Eddie Mello. I don't know. But anyways, when they clicked up, I guess I'm not saying he told Dean, but obviously somebody did. So
but he was just saying though, like, because I mean, listen, that's how people are in the Underworld, and that is testament to Dean and you. It just shows how close though you two were by Dean though telling you that, letting you know, because I mean, Dean would probably vouch for you in a second. I could just tell from how you guys, so if Dean knows something, he has no problem with you don't knowing something.
Well, there's always the thing with us too. We never ask questions. Like if somebody told me, so I never asked, like, even though I was curious, okay, you know what I mean? It was his business, so I didn't ask, right? Like I felt safe with him. He was very, intelligent. He had good instincts, just like me. Like, right? It felt right. We went down, and history was made a little bit, and that, right? So, but I'll tell you, everybody tells somebody. I'll just leave it out there.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like, I mean, that's how they get their reputations and stuff like that. I mean, people on the street.
With some top level HAs, and they took me right to their safe where they kept their money and their stash. Me and another guy stumped. They used to come to my condo, and they had a no policy, and they're up there doing it like heavy weights, man. Like, you know what I mean, right? So I never said anything, but and then they're telling me shit I shouldn't even know, right? But I never repeated it. I didn't ask questions. You know what I mean, right? Like like those times Stumper were looking at each other. You showed us the safe.
Yeah, right.
The light goes on, ding. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah, there you go. Next thing you know, you're like James Caan in Feet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, get out the blowtorch. Yeah, get the pry bar. Yeah.
Dino got killed in '93, I believe. Canadian Underworld. I'm just checking some of these comments out. And guys, forgive me. I'm trying my best on the phone here because I'm so used to the laptop. So I'm just like, that's why I'm so close, like right here, looking at the comments and stuff, though. But so you meet Rizzuto. You have a dinner with them. And you guys ended up going to some boxing. You went to a boxing.
Yeah, it was the Hilton brothers. I believe it was Matthew Hilton. I don't know if anybody heard of those. He was a middleweight. He ended up working with them a little bit, him and his brother, right? So they were tough Irish guys. I'm telling you, man. Wow. Right? Like the boxing world, everybody's there, man. Like I can't even remember the names. Like I can speak a little French, right? But I don't pronounce like the slang. Like I don't sound like a Frenchman, but I understand it. I can read it. Right? So, but yeah, we met. There was a lot of guys. I don't remember their names now, but you kind of met the world of Montreal there front row. You know what I mean? Like
You said something on the
just
episode.
in the first 5 rows up
Yeah.
or something, and that's the who's who. You know what I mean? Right? There was
Keep going. I'm sorry. Keep going.
no,
I
I'm
didn't
just saying the who's who. So you had the politicians, the judges, the lawyers, the bikes, like everybody, the who's who of Montreal go to these events, right? So,
when you were talking about Vito, you were mentioning, you were like, I was in prayer. What was it about him that impressed you so much?
just the way first when he greeted us was wow. He was very genuine. He looked you in the eye when he shook your hand, and he put gave you like a tap on the shoulder, like nice to meet you, like one of those, right? But a firm handshake, looked you in the eye, right? And so you guys are the kids. He goes, I got here's a table here, right? So he had like his table. Like he said, sorry, I had new people come. Like he wanted us to sit at his table, but I guess he had more guests coming. So we just sat kind of like to say this is him. We were like just behind him, anyways, right? And he kept he gave us a lot of attention, right? With the joke, if something was going on, if somebody was bullshitting him at the table, and he give us a look, just stuff like that, right? So, but he was a true gentleman. Like I said, I was very impressed. Because usually when you meet somebody like that, you're kind of nervous because you don't want to say the wrong thing. Like I clammed up, like I was like,
Yeah,
I didn't want to say the wrong word, man. Like right. But it worked out well. After when I felt comfortable, I got a few of these into me, right, and then it was okay, right? So,
you ever deal with Eric McGamley? Thanks for the question. Did you ever deal with the I don't want to say it wrong, the Aquas? Could you see that comment? The Aquasin tribe?
No. They after Rizzuto's and the HAs, we ended up with the Irish. They ran the whole port. So I don't know if you know those guys. I don't want to say their names, right? So.
Well, yeah, no, that's why I was like, I'm terrible with names, as though you know.
Well, Monboucher fucked it all up. Sorry about the name. Monboucher messed everything up, anyways, right? But still, man, some of those guys are still around,
Yeah, I think I got you. And what about any stories though about Oakwood and Vaughan Road?
Oh yeah, I've been up there, Vaughan. Well, I used to play hockey up there. The North York Hockey League was. I didn't know that then, but I know now because as I got older, my assistant coach, his name was Rocco. I'm not saying his last name, right? And he was definitely mobbed up. So they opened up that league. I played for a team called Grand Ravine, and I'm just losing myself. Yeah, Grand Ravine, and we played at Downsview Arena, Chestwood Arena, like all the arenas around in the North York area, and mostly they were like Italian players and stuff like that. And like I said, when things weren't good at home, I used to stay at a lot of other places. Peter Zambri, Victor Poza, like these guys, right? Rocco's place, Rocco and his son Mark, right? And Rocco, I'll get to Vaughan. That's where Rocco. It wasn't Vaughan wasn't finished yet when I was playing hockey in the 70s, right? They were just building it. So, but later on in life, when I ended back with Rocco and Mark, I stayed up there in Vaughan and partied with, went to a couple of wild parties. Do you know Jeff Pemlack? No. Oh, well, he's an Irish guy, and back in those days too, all the Irish crews that they were all kicking up, sending it home. You know what I mean, right? So.
Well, when I was at Pat Nee's house out in Southie, though, he was telling me about like the Irish out in Canada. Like he was like great guys, though, but like they were the real deal, though, like real deal out there.
Yeah, like
I gotta get more well versed though, with especially after talking with you with the Canadian underworld and stuff like that.
Yeah, no problem. We can get to me whenever. Any more questions? That's what I'm here for.
I'm just saying in general, I need to study up on the history of even the Irish mob out there and a bunch of stuff out there because with Canada, I don't know much. Like the name around here that I just know, the Rizzuto clan is that's the clan that I would always hear about. But I want to, and I know that there's the bikers out there are wild and, with the Hells Angels and stuff like that. And we, talked about that. And
then we got the outlaws here too, and there's a rivalry with like they're a serious club too. Like they can't be underestimated. They're in the Niagara area. We got a couple of clubhouses here in Toronto. I know a couple of those guys, and they're serious men. I'll just leave it at that.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, when they pick their members, they got some serious guys in there. On both sides, like before they were just getting numbers and they were letting just whatever, and when the shit hit the fan they went going. Some of them, you know what I mean, right? So, but I met a lot of good men in our chapter here in Toronto, especially the KP, the president, his sergeant at arms, and all his friends and his wife and stuff like that. And before him was Dougie Hoyle, and I'll tell you a story about Dougie Hoyle. Friday nights was their church night, and a couple of youngins, I guess, were told to take a walk while they had church, so they ended up at the bar we're at called the 650 Club down at Broadview and Queen area, and they come in, with the right. They started trouble, got their asses kicked. There was me, Bobby Davison. Mickey O'Rourke, not Mickey O'Rourke, Timmy O'Rourke. Well, there's everybody. Like everybody in that East End all know. Like it's one of those places where that's how we grew up. We had a community center. They had boxing, wrestling, every sport you can think of. Like we were doing, and everybody knew how to chuck the knuckles, right? Especially we're all hockey players. You gotta, gotta. Right, and anyways, these two clowns come waltzing in and start trouble. Now, this place is owned by a Greeks gentleman, Gus and George, and that. And these guys were in the military back in Greece. You know what I mean? Like these are very nice guys, but you don't fuck around with these guys either. Like you know what I mean, right? So, so anyways, back to the story. These guys come walking in with the proud patch, like you know what I mean, the chest popped out, all that stuff. But they started with the owners, I guess, right? So Bobby Davison, he noticed it, so we started rounding up the guys. So we said, hey, what's the problem? And they're like, who the fuck are you? Trying to, who the fuck, who we are? Bang, right? Somebody started to go, who we are? I'm like, yeah, I forgot my autograph book, motherfucker.
Yeah.
So anyways, they go. So anyways, they get up. They go to the clubhouse and say they told them 20 guys jumped them. There was only fucking 3 of us. You know what I mean? But there's a lot of people around, right? There was only 3. There was Bobby D, me, Timmy O'Rourke, and I think there was one more. Maybe it was Royden. I can't remember exactly. But anyways, they told them 20 guys jumped them, right? So the whole club comes down in the door. Dougie Hoyle's leading, and then all of a sudden he goes, "It's those guys." So Dougie looks and he goes, grabs him like this, and he goes, "You know what you just done? Who you just played with? I know these guys. You dumb fuck, right? You know what I mean? He just went up on him. That was it, right? So he invited us all down after they were done. So like afterwards to the clubhouse and made those guys pour our beers all night. That's what kind of guy he was. Fair, right? It's better to be allies with people instead of starting a war, because we're like their chapter, 30 members maybe, we got 200. Like we have the whole East End. It's not like we're all together, but phone calls, everybody knows somebody. We say this someone's in trouble, like in minutes.
Yeah, plus though, it's just better for business though that way too, instead of just constantly though battling out though. Now Eric McGamley, I didn't want to answer this for him. He said, "Did you ever have any dealings with the Winter Hill Gang?" But that's around here in America though. That's Howie Winter and Whitey Bulger, which it wasn't the Winter Hill Gang when it was Whitey though. Winter Hill Gang, I believe, stopped in 1978 after the horse race fixing scam though. Everyone went away, and then that's when Whitey though just took over everything. But yeah, so did you? That's just a question that he asked right here. If you ever had any deals with the Winter Hill Gang of Boston?
No. I was like, that's like in the 70s. I was born in 66, so I was, I was still a punk. But I did do business with a lot of hockey players. With John Cordick when he came from Montreal, he was an eight ball in the afternoon and an 8-ball after the hockey game of this,
Yeah.
And plus a lot of those guys were into the steroids too, right? So I hooked them up with a buddy, right? So, but Bob Probert, I seen Bob Probert's name. No, I would have loved to meet him, like him and Wendell Clark, the Chuck Norris division, I used to call it, right? That's all it was, all fights,
Who was though, so Eric McGamley says, who was your group's enemy?
Nobody.
Or enemies? Nobody?
No, man. We had tips, guys that didn't know us, but I'll tell you another bar fight. These guys, I don't know where they were from, but they thought it was cool to come down to the East End and run up $300-400 bar tabs and not pay, right? And then when they were asked for it, they ended up punching out the owner or something, right? Because back then we didn't have doorman like that, because everybody, you're on the honor system, and things used to be honorable, you know what I mean? It wasn't expensive to go. He treated you nice. There was good people, good music, good bands, right? But anyways, these 5 clowns, there was 5 of them, and they come up to the bar where I was, right? The bar was called, it was up Broadview and Danforth. What was that called? I can't remember. God. But anyways, they came up there. It was about they showed up around 12:30 at night, and they're ordering beers and shots and all that. And then somebody told me, he says, I remember those guys from last week down on the Victoria Park in Danforth. There was a club down. I can't remember the name of the club, but it was downstairs, and they tuned up the owner and whoever else, right? So I go, oh, so I said, okay. So I told the waitresses, I said, keep feeding them, get them drunk, let them drink. So I made a call down to the boxing club, right? Told them, hey, remember those guys we were hearing about, going through all the bars, ripping off the owner stuff? Guess where they are? Here. So guess what happened? So the boys come up. So I start getting all the people away from the table, right? You know what I mean? Telling them, hey, look, go drink at the bar. And plus they were obnoxious, just a bunch of goofs. You know what I mean? Just flat out goofs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So anyways, so I'm getting people away from them because I know when the boys come down, right? So anyways, so everybody's clear. So I told the waitress, give me their bill, give me their tab, right? So she gives it to me, right? So I walk over. I said, well, it's last call, boys, and then you're going to saddle up, right? So I throw the bill on the table, and they're just looking at it what do you, I get the attitude I knew. So I leave, I come back, I watch them. They're just going, you know what I mean, right? So now, I didn't do that until the boys showed up. They couldn't see where we are, right? So then they opened the door, and we started getting peeps time to go, right? So when everybody freaking left, right? And guys that stuck around that wanted to help us, you know what I mean? We didn't need any help, but this guys that, we knew, right? We locked the door, so even if they wanted, they couldn't get out, right?
Yeah, now you just can't leave. Yeah.
Yeah, like that. What was that movie?
Bronx Tale.
Yeah.
And are you talking about something called the Black Swan?
That was across the street from it.
Okay, because Rory Anderson just mentioned that. He said the Black Swan, and then
we were
someone
right across the street from that. Right across the street from that.
Soupsies and Soupsies. What's
Yeah,
that?
Soupies. Yeah, Soupies. Yeah. I'll tell you stories about Soupies. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not
Soupies.
trying to throw you off track. I'm just trying. I wasn't sure if they were answering like maybe something that you were trying to think of though. And
Oh, sorry,
just real quick though, we got a lot of those.
yeah,
Real quick, man, I just want to thank everyone that was in there. There's a lot of new names though in the comment section, guys. Thank you very much. Please like and subscribe. And we get to everyone in the comments. So thank you very much though for asking questions and keep them coming. But go ahead, Bobby. Sorry.
Yeah. Soupies is in Cabbagetown. When I was hanging around with Bobby Davison and Timmy O'Rourke, that's how I ended up there. But I'll get back to that after this story. So, anyways, so there's only us guys, the owner Angelo, and one waitress, which her husband was in the club, right? So I go over again with the new bill after, you know what I mean? So I said, okay, guys, it's time to drink up and go. Here's another one. He says, fuck you. He kind of like slapped it like before he went like that to me, right? So so once he did that, then it was on, right? I just went boom, hit that guy. Then all the boys come, man, and we just annihilated him. We were dragging him out the door, like straight up, right? Dragging him out the door, like that was it, right? So the next day, they're trying to find out who we are, and they're asking the wrong people, right? So we didn't even know their names, right? We just kicked their ass and dragged them out. They were all done, right? So they call the wrong guy and tell them what they did and what bar they were at, which we were famous for being up there, right? So now we got their names and we know where they are. So if they wanted to start anything, so we just made a little appearance around. We grabbed one of them and put the fear of God into them, and that was the end of them. So now I'll get to Soupies. Wow, what a place that was. Wow.
And then Ron Archer, real quick too. You got any good stories about a Joe Millie?
Oh yeah, well me and Joey were like this, man. Like me and Joey did a lot of dirty work. Let's leave it at that. Joey was, what can I say, man? Wow, I love Joey Millie, man.
No, I hear you, man. You don't just obviously. I mean, you don't just say no. You don't just say.
Real deal, man. I don't care. Like he wasn't like big and he was just a thin guy, but smart, and he can, crazy, right? He did a long stint inside, and he had, you know what I mean, right? I'll tell you a story of another one that happened up to the bar. That's where I got my head split open from here to there, right? But Joey took care of business with the guy. So. Joey Millie, yeah. Oh, I love that man. Yeah.
Well, and folks, just so you know, we obviously we're not glorifying or glamorizing or whatever. Bobby's changed man now, doing, we're talking about the old days here. So, just telling some good stories here and just answering your questions. So,
here's my goal. I wrote this book because Dean's kid's mother is dead too, so they have nobody. Well, they have Dean's mom and Dean's sister. So, this is in dedication, of course, to him. But plus, I don't know how the book's going to do, right? I've reread it so many times, and but if anything comes of it, I did it I did it for me to them, right? So, right, if anything happens with it, it all goes to them. I don't want to, you know what I mean, right? So. Yeah.
And that's veteran Ontario stuntman Dean Cop. That was who I just had up, guys, with the cigarette picture there. And this is Bobby's best friend. Cop got killed in double slaying on eve of sentencing for drug offenses. And that article is in was at the what to star. I can't see because of the name though, but he was a stuntman and everything though, like that. And that was your best friend though. That was your
A-lister. I used to come on set with him. Like he got me into stunts. I was in the Hulk and I think 16 Blocks or something. He got me in, but that wasn't for me. Those Hollywood people are a bunch of weirdos. Like when I was doing the Hulk, it was that Edward Norton and Errol Smith's daughter. What's her name? Liv Tyler.
Yes.
Total bozos. I mean, sickening bozos. Like they. My scene was to drive the Hummer up, and we get out with the guns, and then we run up the stairs, and then Edward Norton's dead, and then we had to carry him back down on a gurney, and we're dressed all in army fatigues and all that. And he was too chicken. Here we are, all big guys. You have three guys on it. Like, we could have, like a trampoline, you know what I mean? He had nothing to worry. He was so chicken, but no, what he was Jonesy, right? And she comes over, oh, are you all right, honey bunny? All that honey bunny crap, like, and she had scabs all over her lips, and she didn't look like she, you know what I mean? But anyways, so anyway, he didn't want to do this scene. All of a sudden, 15 minutes later, some guy comes, he takes off. They pitch a little tent on the sidewalk. And this scene was being filmed at York University in Toronto, right? So he pitches a little canopy, and some guy goes in there. All of a sudden, he comes out all different and happy. Okay, I'm ready to do the scene now. Right? So anyways, there was another female. She was the co-star. I forget her name, but she was a cool broad. But anyways, all the guys were talking to her and not Liv Tyler. So she got jealous. So she went and changed, put on Daisy Duke shorts, no word of a lie, and a halter top, and started doing aerobics in front of us. Like, I ain't kidding you, man. That's a total bimbo. Like, this is a total dingbat,
I heard Edward Norton, though, was like a complete ass on that set. And with the whole making of like that movie with the Hulk, and like he was trying to change the whole storyline and stuff with that, though. I just remember reading something, though, about that.
Well, they got big egos. This way, I didn't really like that business, because depending on what level you are, you're talked down to. Like, if you're like, say, 5 seconds later, you're not on your mark, you get reamed out. You get, like, I mean, like, bad, like, like anybody do that to me, bang. Like,
Yeah, like you're just another human being. Like, don't look down on me, don't put me, because they're probably used to people putting them on pedestals.
Well, yeah.
So,
but what I loved about Dean, he used to come in there, right? He goes, watch this. This is how you treat these Hollywood assholes, right? Come and take his coat off and everything, and get into his costume, leave it on the floor. Right, you know what I mean? Because he goes, I want that watch. You know what I mean? Grab, get dressed, and come back out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right, because he knew. And then when he did Cinderella Man, down at Broadview and Queen area, same thing. You know what I mean? These Hollywood assholes talking down to like people that are extras.
I just watched. Are you talking about Russell Crowe, the boxing movie?
Yeah, Dean went to Australia to train him how to fight. Dean was his body double in that movie, right? But Dean had to go and train him how to box and everything. So Dean went to Australia for 3-4 months, something like, I can't remember if it was 3 or 4, right? But I remember when Russell Crowe met him, right? And he came down and we took him out to the Diamond Club. But before that, he was introduced to Dean, and I forget who Dean's representative was, or agent or something. He goes, who is this, one of your bitch or something? Like, bitch, that's what he said. And Dean just got in between. He goes, I ain't nobody's bitch, but he goes, you want to keep it up? I don't care who you are. You'll be my bitch in 5 minutes. Yeah, just like that. I love Dean, man. He didn't fuck around with didn't mess around with nobody.
Fine, you can curse. Don't worry about it. You know what I mean? Don't just speak your mind, buddy. You can curse. It's all good. We're on the live. We're on the live here. Russell Crowe, though, it's funny you said that. I worked with a guy who was an extra in Gladiator years ago, and he said that like you couldn't even like go near him. Like he was another one though that you just like on set. I heard was just a big ass.
Total pompous, drunk, coke, fucking idiot. That's it.
Yeah.
Now, with like other movies, he did it like. He says, yeah, I'm in the lunchroom in the studio. So I go on Eastern Avenue in the studio, and he's sitting there with Morgan Freeman and Bruce Willis. And they're all buddy, right? He goes, oh, this is my best friend. This is my brother, Bobby. I introduce, so I sit down, right? Right? But they're talking, they're going over their stunt, and they're top respect to Dean, right? Denzel Washington, that movie was called Reds, with Bruce Willis and Morgan Freeman. And,
Red, yeah.
And John Malkovich is his name?
Yeah, Malkovich was in there as well.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, right. And then when he did John Q, that was Denzel. I met Denzel too. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. I just want to tell Eric McAmley though, Loomis Winter Hill Gang was active until 2000. That is not correct. The Winter Hill Gang stopped in 1978 when after the horse racing scheme. I know this because I was told by it from Pat Nee and was in Pat Nee's house, and Kevin Weeks, when he's on Bean Shooter, also said that gang was done in 78. When Whitey Bulger wasn't in the Winter Hill Gang. Like, they didn't call it the Winter Hill Gang. And the Winter Hill Gang wasn't the Irish mob. Everyone thinks it's all Irish. You know, yeah, Buddy McLean that started it and all that stuff. But it really, though, was like, you know, Sicilian Irish and a bunch of other, ethnicities. It wasn't a predominantly Irish gang. And then when you had Whitey Bulger, after Howie Winter went away, you know, you had him, Stevie Flemmi, Kevin Weeks, all of those guys that were just doing their own thing. But the Winter Hill Gang, you know, maybe by media sources would say, though, would be active, though, until 2000, but they were done in 1978, though. And the reason why I know that is if there's two things that I'm very well versed with, it's South Boston Irish mob history and the Buffalino family from where I live. And I know and met, you know, members from that gang. And that's just to give you a heads up on that, Eric. They were done when Howie Winter went away, and then that's when Whitey Bulger really took over. Him and Stevie Flemmi, and Pat Nee and all of them took over afterwards, because originally there was a gang war between the Mullins and the Mullen gang, and the Pat was on the winning side, Whitey was actually on the losing side. Then they made a truce and all of that, but. Look up, though, it's 1978 horse race fixing scheme. Tony Shula was the guy, Whitey. They actually sent him down here to Pocono Downs to try to, you know, get in on Russell Buffalino's territory. But that gang, Winter Hill Gang, though, really was done in 1978. And that's not me being like, oh, no, I'm just being like, you know, that's factual. That's 100% a fact. So I just wanted to let you know, though, Eric. But I appreciate, you know, writing in. So, Bobby Bright, you did get, though, into the film business.
Yeah, not for long, because I didn't like it. Like, I know, like, when you know yourself, and I would probably smack the wrong guy, and he'd fall and split his head open or something. You know what I mean? You know, like, right? And I didn't like the hours. Like I mean, when we were doing that Hulk movie, man, it was the hottest day of the summer. And I got all this gear on, and I'm sweating. And actually, William Hurt was in that. He sat down. He's going, "They must be paying you awfully well to sit in this heat," or somebody says. I go, "No, I'm just doing my buddy Scotty a favor." My buddy Scotty McGee, I love him. He's like a brother. He got me like that spot, that cameo, right? And he used to get all his buddies, right? But so I talked to William Hurt for a while, and I told him I was a longshoreman. And he said his father was a longshoreman. So we talked for like until they, you know, time to take another take, right? You know, right? So, yeah, like I had good experience, but I had more fun with Dean because he had the sitting with all the big shots, you know what I mean? Right? All them kissing his ass and stuff. It was good stuff.
And I guess Eric is, though, saying here, drop a link, though, to where we can get the book, though. I guess he's talking, though, about, though, your book, though, but you're still working, though, on your book, correct?
Yeah. I made a couple attempts to publish it, but what a racket that is. Like they want basically, for instance, like just say they publish my book and somebody wants to make a movie or something. They want 75%. You know, no, I don't think so, right? And all kinds of other stuff, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
how about just for some levity, Dylan Gates, Bobby, how much cocaine did you ever do in 1 24-hour period?
I lost. You ever see Scarface the movie? Yeah.
What a question.
You dump the bag out on the table and just stick your face in.
Oh yeah.
No, all kidding aside. Yeah, like I mean.
He asked a question, so yeah.
But when shit was going bad, that's when I really got into it, and I just go with new crews, and so I was away from my part, and we do a lot, but I done all-nighters, and I don't know how much, like
No, I know. I mean, it's just I found it funny. You know, I was scrolling around and like, you know, when
go
he
on
just
a
asked
bender,
that.
you go on a bender for a month or two. You know what I mean? Before you snap out of it, right? So
Oh yeah, no,
yeah, I had really streaks with that stuff, right? Like
what about
where you go, everybody was doing it. Like you couldn't, right? So, right?
Oh yeah, no. I mean, it was just, you know what I mean? It was just probably around you constantly, you know what I mean? I mean, I'm only 40, I'm gonna be 44 years old in like 2 months. And I mean, I did a shitload of blow, you know what I mean? I like in my mind, it's like who hasn't, you know what I mean? No, uh just from like where I'm from, I mean, it was like if for me, if I was to drink again, I have to have cocaine, like because that's just what just keeps the dough going all the time.
Well, for me, I used to go on bender. Like I never was a like a 247 unit, but just when I didn't give a shit, I just whatever, right? Like sometimes you go through those stages in life and you can't help it, right? It's but yeah, I party with it a lot for years, right? But I also thought because some of the shit we're doing, you can't be hopped up. I felt a lot of guys when they did shit and hopped up, it got out of control, right?
Well, you get paranoid too. You're looking out your window probably after every, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, after a while, like I know guys that were using, and all of a sudden everybody was a cop. You know what I mean? Right?
Well, yeah, it's the other thing too. I mean, when you're in those criminal enterprises, like you got to watch though when you're, with drugs, because that's how they get you. And then once people are hooked, I mean, people could flip real easily because they're addicted, and and the cops will get them. They'll flip for a freaking bag of fucking dope if they're dope sick or whatever. Like it makes them weaker, and that's
I got into everything, man, and I'm not proud. I did some bad shit to some people. I was just a rotten. I totally changed my personality. That's why after thing happened, I haven't done done with that stuff. Right.
No, but you got through it though, man. Not everyone though gets dope through that though. I lost so many friends though to the drugs. It's ridiculous, and it's just I'm blessed to still be here. And so I get it, man. I get it.
Yeah, it changes your personality. You
big
do
time
things that you wouldn't, and I've done some horrible things. Like when you're in a program, like which I end up going to, they want you to make amends with people, but I mean, shit, I don't think they want to see my fucking face again. You know what I mean, right? So, right. But I have made amends with a lot of people, and they're back in my life, which they care about, and
that's
and
good
for that because they were doing it too. So, but I just turned out to be a real SOB.
I just saw another question, and thank you, Eric, though, because Eric's asking those some great questions. Though there was one that was the film. He was asking about organized crime. I think currently today out there,
it's like the 70s in New York.
Yeah, that's what blows my mind, though. Why? I used to think though, because around here in the States, it stopped like after Rico and after John Gotti Sr. Then there was there still was more after John Gotti Sr. Though, but the gun era and all that stuff is gone.
Because those guys create revenue for the cops. It's all about finance. See what the government did in America. They got rid of all that, and guess who's doing it now? Guess who does all the gambling, control of the gambling? Guess who's got control of all the dope that comes in there? They're blaming it on the cartels, but right? They're just proxying for the CIA and guys like Bill Clinton with his child trafficking stuff. You know what I mean? Like they're doing everything that they put people away for 100 years for, and those SOBs don't spend one day in jail, not held accountable for everything, and everybody knows it.
The government they do the same type of shit. That's they're terrible. That's what Eric said.
He was the governor in Arkansas, and they're using his airport for the Iron Contra war. You know what I mean? In the Nicaraguan, right? You know what I'm saying, right? The cocaine and two 14-year-old kids seen the planes going in and seen what they were unloading, and they were murdered. And he even got the coroner to lie to the parents, saying that it was death by misadventure or something like that, right? But meanwhile, their heads were cut off. You know what I mean? And this coroner, yeah, it's on there. I think it's on YouTube. It's called the Clinton Body Count. It's a YouTube video, and it goes right to that, man. You see how dirty, filthy scum these people are, man. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, without a doubt, though, man.
Hypocrites, man. You know, they put guys like us away just to feel, you know, and they're doing the same shit, man. They're raping women, they're fondling, they're out and out sick pedophiles. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Yeah, where's that Epstein list at? You know what I'm saying? Oh, with Clinton, all them, no.
Yeah, it's all of them. Oh, but the Diddy list, all of it, man. Like all over the world, man. All these people in top positions, they're all sick pieces of, you know what?
Hollywood, man, like Hollywood, like they say, like Hollywood. There's just like well, you know, like Harvey Weinstein with his stuff too, like when he was doing to actresses and stuff to get parts. But I mean, there's just a lot of sickos out there, man. Yeah, that you know,
look at them. They're all Luciferians. They're all into that, you know, Luciferian shit, man. Like they're all doing all doing all their signs and symbols. Like, you know what I mean, having these rituals at these parties, and like it's just disgusting. And they put them on TV. You know what I mean? As heroes. Oh, Emmy Awards, Oscar, fuck off. You know what I mean? Like, it's just disgusting what TV is. That's why I don't have cable. I don't even watch it. You know what I mean? It pisses me off. Sorry.
No, don't have to apologize to me at all. Annette Woods, how did you get out of that lifestyle and change your life? It's a good question. Thank you, Annette.
Well, Annette, well, just very simple. I had an ultimatum put to me, and you know, and I took the other path. You know, right? It was a choice. I was messed up. I was doing the heroin then too. I was hooked on heroin for 10 years. You know, and nobody knew. I kept that very quiet. You know, like that was hell. You know.
Full-time job every day, like, you know, having to get that. I remember I was always so afraid just to fall asleep.
I was with the kids at the time, and you know, it was just, it's either them or, you know, you know, right? So yeah, that's what it did. And actually, this is what happens when you do good things and you do the right thing. There was a guy who used to walk past the boxing club every day after work with a 6-pack of beer and his groceries, and he worked down at the port. His name's Paul Boudreau, and he's asked me about how the fighters were and stuff like that, and he'd tell me, one day in particular, like he asked me how the fighters were, asking how the work was, but one day in particular, it was a Friday, and this is when our crew was out of control. Dean and a couple guys they kidnapped, you know, somebody to extort them, and the guys who, you know, it just went south. They got pinched for it, and anyways, yeah. So one Friday, I'm standing out. We used to stand out front and raise the flag, right? And it was funny, actually, that same day before Paul came walking by, a cop drove by. We all got our leather coats on, all in black, right? Cop stops, slams on the radio, he wrote down, and he goes, "Hey guys, good guys wear white."
Yeah.
That was funny. Oh man, right? But you know, we're all, you know what I mean, the sunglasses, you know.
Yeah.
Ready Friday night, right? You know what I mean, right? So, anyways, so he came by. He came by after work. Because down there we work 12-hour shifts. At that time we didn't finish till still today we work 12 hours. But on the port side, there's 2 sides of our port. There's one where steel is and one where raw material is, which is sugar. The sugar refinery, and that's my gig now. But at the time, I didn't even know. So anyway, he told me that. I'm asking about work, and he goes, "Oh, we got 5 ships and we don't have enough men." So I said, "Well, so what do you do to guys?" He goes, "I don't know. I just try to get people." I said, "Hey, I'll come." You know what I mean, right? So, and that's how I got out. I started working at the port. He got me down there, and I've been there 26 years now.
Nice, man. Good for you. And our man Crafty, Canadian Underworld News. Give that a subscribe, folks. Great channel. Bobby, when did you have your change of heart? Like, basically, like, what was there like a moment you knew, like, okay, I am done with all of this? So, like a specific moment or a bunch of,
it was a
you know?
it was a bunch of things, but the icing on the cake for me was the ultimatum. Like, there was trouble at home, you know. I was around, you know, I was with the kids, and so either them or this, right? Like, shit should happen. RCMPs were going through our garbage, so put it that way. You know?
Yeah.
Right. And then plus they were letting in guys, like other guys were letting guys come around and letting them in town. Like they were just loose because everybody was doing this, you know, and it got loose after a while, right? Like we had good leadership, but when they weren't around, you know, it was just people took advantage and took advantage of their loyalties, and then a bunch of guys, they turned out to be informants, and you know, right? It's just right. But that day when they were going through my garbage, that was it. Yeah.
Yeah, guys, don't forget too, in the description on the actual show that we did on Friday, Bobby Bright, though, The Hard Life. It's actually titled, I believe I titled it Canadian Criminal or Canada Underworld Enterprises, whatever. But this is the thumbnail of it, though, from the episode that we did. So, you know, Bobby pretty much explains, you know, how he started, how he, you know, Bobby, when we were doing that interview, I remember like you were saying so much stuff, and then I was just like, oh wow, like I started to blow away, and then I'm like, and then you said something, you're like, all right, so now I turn 18. I'm like, well, wait, I'm like, wait, what? Now you turn 18, like, you know what I mean? Like I heard stories that you did from that was like people's whole criminal careers that were like whatever those. So I mean, you were. I mean, let the people know though, Bobby. Like, I mean, like you had the reason why I titled it though, The Hard Life. I mean, you know, you didn't, you know, you had it tough, man. You really did. Like, you know, in the beginning, like
you don't think of it that you just think about survival, right? For those who didn't see the first video, I'll tell you a little bit. Can I get into how I grew up and all that stuff? Or
you can get into it's your show, Bobby.
Yeah. Okay. Well, my father left the house. I think I was in grade 3, and left my mother for another woman, and that broke her heart. And she got into, she had a very nervous breakdown, so the doctors prescribed her more poison, like antidepressants and all, right? So she started redating and stuff like that. This went on for a couple of years. She tried to kill herself so many times. Well, I said 7 suicides, but that was, she only did, I think, 3 with us, but 3 or 4. But when I was out in Alberta, she did a couple, right? So 7 altogether, right? So, but so yeah, like my father really broke her heart, and she started going out with these men that were using and abusing her, and she getting more messed up. And then one day it was Easter time, and I have 2 sisters, an older sister and a younger sister, and it was Easter time, and she told us that, she says, oh, okay, I'm just going to the store to get some milk and some butter and bread. I'll be right back. And she never came back, right? So here we are on our own. We don't know what happened. And so we're on our own for a while. And the only, you know, we had no clue. We, like, who do you call? Like, they say we call somebody and then she comes back. Because my mom used to actually too, right? Like we had the place to ourselves for a while, like on the weekends. Say she disappeared for the weekends, and you know, me and my sister would have people over, like we were like the fun house there, right. But then days turned into weeks, and then somebody phoned the Children's Aid on us, and Paula was at school. We used to rotate, looking at my sister Melanie was still in diapers then, right?
Yeah.
And So we used to take turns. She'd go to school. I go to, if we needed a note, I write her a note saying she was sick. You know what I mean? Right. We got real thing. I even had to steal food, go up to the market and steal his food and stuff. Right. So, right. Like we used to do that anyways for fun as kids. So I know what places to hit, you know, and what time the trucks were unloaded into the grocery stores. So I just hop on the back of a truck and, you know, take one, you know what I mean? Right. But anyway. So somebody phoned the Children's Aid on us. In those days, they come in and they just divide the family, right? You know, and that was my fear. Like, there's no, you're not, like, you're so close to your family. You know what I mean? Right? It you know, the thought of us being separated, even though me and my sister fight like cat and dogs, man, we still love each other, right? Like, when that happened to us, we bonded together. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I love my sisters, you know, to death, right? But anyways, they come to the door. I wouldn't answer it, but the management gave them a key, so they came right in. And unfortunate for them, that's where I kept my hockey sticks, by the front door. So, you know what I mean? Or when somebody came in, I started swinging. You know?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, they identify themselves, right? And they even had a cop there with them too, right? So I gave them, one of them got whacked with my stick anyways, right? So then when I seen the cop, you know what I mean, right? And I dropped the stick, and my baby sister was just in the living room, just, you know, sitting up, your poopy pants, you know, but, and I went through out their back door, and I ran into 50 Acre Noble, and I ended up at Gene Skrepnik's house, my buddy Billy's place, his mom Jean, and then so now they're looking for me. So I had to get word to Paula, and then I think she phoned my Aunt Vicky or something, and then my Aunt Vicky came and got us after that. Right. So.
And is that though when like you were like when you got locked out?
Pardon me?
Is that when you got locked out from the house?
No, that was in Alberta. Yeah, I'll get to that too. Yeah, so that's how that started. So my Aunt Vicky took us in, and she lived out in Brampton, and then we finally found out where my father was in London. So now we knew he was with that thing. That's what his girlfriend, fiance, whatever. I'll never call him his wife because I don't respect her that much, but. Anyway, so he had to come up to Brampton and get us. So just like in a matter, when my mom left, and then those couple of weeks on our own, and then to Brampton, and then a couple of days there, and then my dad come, and then all of a sudden, boom, we're in London in a new surrounding, and a new, you know, with her living with her, and she had 4 kids, you know, and we're 3. So we're like the Brady Bunch, or worse, you know, right? The Jackson 7, I don't know, right? But anyways, you know, she wasn't good to us. We didn't like her. How could you? You know, like, I mean, I don't know what they were thinking. Well, I mean, I guess he had to, right? But when we got there, he's got a pool in the back, a Cadillac, you know what I mean? You know, and we're living on friggin' welfare. It was, you know, I remember that just going, like, shaking my head. But I had a bad attitude. Paula had a bad attitude. Melanie was too young to know what was going on, right? So, you know, right. So she always got his attention, anyways. Me and Paula were we were just in the way. That's how we felt there. Paula left first. She just had enough. She ended up going to my Aunt Vicky's. My Aunt Vicky put her through college and everything, just like my father was supposed to do, you know, but, you know, never paid the bill for anything. Me, I was rebellious, you know. It's like in the art of war. If your enemy is more superior, irritate them. You know, well, I irritated the fuck out of it. You know what I mean? Like, whatever I could, I would stick it to her. Say, you know what I mean? Like, but I was pissed and angry and worried. Like, we still didn't know where mother was, you know, too, right? So now I'm in London, Ontario. So I get enrolled in school. Everybody me showing up. I'm from the big city, so, you know, I'm the new kid in school. I'm from the big city, so I got a lot of attention. You know what I mean, right? So I clicked up with. I remember telling you about Dean too, but I'll call this Dean too because I met him before the Alberta. So like I was telling Eric, all my
you were
best
saying all your
friends
friends are like your best friends at the time. Was there 3 or 4 Deans?
Yeah, 3, right?
Yeah.
3, all named Dean, right? So in London, Ontario, I went to this. It was called Lorne Avenue or something. But whatever, I clicked up with him, and his name was Dean Simmons, right? You know, right? So he was a cool guy. Him and his brother Lonnie, like they really, you know, they really took care of me. Showed me the ropes around there, and then there was all kinds of guys. And I had another good friend there, Ronnie Ellen. He was murdered out in Kirkland Lake. Wow, you know. But anyways, yeah. So I enrolled in that school, and then the following year I ended up in high school at Beale Secondary School, and again rebellious. I skipped classes. I was, you know what I mean? I was out hanging. They had an arcade across the street from the high school, right? But here's the kicker. Now, when I joined school, immediately they start recruiting for the football team, right? So, and the hockey team, and I'm a good hockey player, right? So I got away with murder there. Like, if you're putting trophies in a high school, they, you know, blind eye or the teachers will come up and go to bat. I learned that from public school. when I'll get back to that, what we did to that teacher, right? Dean and I, right? So yeah, so I got away with murder there and clicked up, got in lots of trouble, right? You know, right there, and that's that. But going back to school, I'll tell them about what we did. See, in our school system here in Canada, we public school starts from kindergarten to grade 6. From 7 to 9, it's junior high school, and then from 9 to 13 is high school. So, so my sister was like I'm going back in time here, right? So I'm in grade 7. I'm Dean. I'll go up to grade 7. I'll tell you what, this son of a bitch, you know, my sister used to told me the skinny on these teachers. And the science teacher, he was a ex-military guy, but he was a racist motherfucker, you know, right? Like he said, literally pick on me, you know, like make fun of my last name, and you know, just all kinds of, you know, poking the bear, right? So me and Dean put 2 purple microdox acid in his coffee thermos. He used to have that steel lunchbox, you know, with the thermos, the old timers. I don't know if you know that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, after his class, maybe a half hour into our 3rd class, right? He was up on the roof. He was up on the roof tripping out. Thought he was back in the Nam or something.
I know. I remember you. Yeah,
and
you guys.
Everybody know who in the whole knew who did it because me and him did so many outrageous things in there, right? You know, right? So, but yeah, this when it comes to school, but when in school, if you're a good athlete, man, you get away with murder.
Prosecuted. Okay, RICO case is typically won by proving that a defendant was involved in an enterprise.
1 second, Bobby. You're good.
Yeah, right.
I was just checking though this laptop though thing because it's I think I figured out the problem. But keep going. You're good. I'm listening.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell that story about about teachers, you know? Right. So, but anyways, so now I'll go back to London, Ontario. Right. So in London, Ontario, so I'm in grade 8, so I'm in high school, right? And I'm partying with all the older kids. I rarely hang with kids my age, except for like in sports. You know what I mean? I was always hanging with the older guys, and going to the parties and everything. So one night in particular, we're at a party. We're dropping acid, drinking beer, and Buddy has a big boat, a LTD. He wants me to drive. Right? It's his father's car, obviously, right? I never drove in a big boat like that in my life, right? Like back in Toronto, we were taught how to break into cars and hot wire them. We used to steal Mustangs a lot, right? Like, I'll get back to that anyways. But yeah, I was a good car thief. This car, I was a heister. You know, I knew how to. I can do anything in that fashion. But anyway, this is a particular night. So we're stoned. We're high on blotted. I think we did that window pane. I think it was. We did a couple of blotters each or something because we didn't feel the first one. So he goes, "I'm not feeling it." So we did another one. All of a sudden, woo! You know.
Oh yeah. Like you probably didn't wait long enough though. You take it doesn't hit you the first 10 minutes. You're like, oh, I need more. Yeah, I've been there.
But I remember it was like it usually takes about a half an hour or 20 minutes, 40 minutes or something for it to right, and nothing was happening. Like then all of a sudden we took the second one. Then he asked, so 50 minutes go by and he goes, "Do you feel anything yet?" And I go, "No." And then I'm talking, so I'm going, "No, did you feel anything yet?" Right. So now it's hitting us, right? So and we're drinking too. So the reason why we left that party was because his name was Mike Foreman. Excellent guy. He was a good friend. It's too bad this happened. So he was feeling. I think he was feeling. He was either feeling sick after it or he had to get. I can't remember why we left, but anyways, that's probably why he wanted me to drive because he probably wasn't feeling well, right? After we started peeking out on the window pane, right? So it's in the wintertime. I'm behind the big LTD, so I start the car, I pull out, then we notice there's a cop behind us. So he tells me, so he's getting all like scared, and he goes, "Step on it," because I don't know he's the one that drove us to the party, so I don't even really know where we are. So he's telling me like direct. So he goes, "Turn." He's going to turn left, but the left that I was turning, I was already like past halfway of the road. So when I turned, the cop seen me go up the snowbank and down, and then across the road. Instead of hitting the brake, I hit the gas pedal. Like I slammed on it. And we flew over the other snowbank, boom, right into the front of a house.
Griffin Ball's first time too driving.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you, it was a Cheech and Chong. I don't know if anybody remembers Cheech and Chong back then, right? Like when they're all buzzed out and laughing and everything, right? We were laughing. Okay, after we realized that we're I'm trying to start it, but the front end's right inside this guy's friggin' kitchen or something, right? So, or living room, I mean. Or anyways, so the cop comes out, he's trying to open the door to pull us out and everything, right? And we're laughing at it, right? Like we're laughing at the cop, right? And he's banging open the door and we're laughing. We go, "I can't, man, we can't," right? So anyways, all kinds of cops show up. All of a sudden, right? He pulled us out, right? We get out. He throws us both in the back of the car, and then they're accessing. And then he comes back and he says, he goes, "You want to hear something funny? He's calling us a bunch of names. You punks, all this stuff, right?" He goes, "If anybody was cooking on that stove, the whole block would have blown up." So apparently, when we hit the house, we hit the gas line. There was gas spraying all over the house. So, anyways,
you could hear me.
Yeah. Yeah,
oh,
so
because I got the laptop on now.
Yeah, so at this time, things are bad at home for me in London with my dad and his whore. I mean, his wife, and so I'm in. So naturally, I'm in jail. I was at the cop shop, and he comes and he says, "Well, I'll get you out, but when you come home, you're gonna respect my wife or whatever. You're gonna do this and that." And I just said, "Leave me in here," and that was it with me and him for a while, right? So he ended up getting me out anyways, and then after that, it was, I don't even know how long after that. I didn't even go back, right? I went home, changed my clothes, and I was back out the door. And I used to hang around with like older guys. So. What was his name? Michael Brennan. Yeah, he was a cool guy. He was an older guy. He had a little crew that he used to call themselves the Comancheros, right? So, right, they had a lot of like, a lot of tough guys. We had Native Indian guys. We had, me, half black, half white guy. You know what I mean? We had like everybody, so we called it the Comancheros. Well, he did, right? And we did some scores and stuff like that and parties, but then things got self there, so I ended up back in Toronto.
Gotcha. I'm just so real quick, so relieved on now, like, because when we were doing the show at the beginning with the phone, I was just like, whatever, this and that. But now, it's just great. I can see everything now, so
Yeah,
it's just great. So
well,
sorry,
I made a mistake. No, actually, before I left home, I found out where my mother was. Right, we found out she was in Edmonton, Alberta, and then I left, because I left to go see her when I was in Toronto. Right. So,
what was the highest level you went in hockey, and what position did you play?
I played center ice. I was the captain of all my teams. I actually had a scholarship for high school in the States, actually, but I blew it. Right. So.
Gotcha. And that
when I got caught with that robbery, that's what ended it.
Yeah. Do you still speak to your father?
No. Well, we're nice to you. Like, when I come down to visit my sister, he'll come, but it's just odd, right? Like, still, because I'm his only son, and what the fuck did I do to you? You know what I mean? Right? But
yeah. No, I hear you, man. And
it's always been a motherfucker in my life. Is that relationship, man? Like, you left us for that whore. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
Like to be honest, like, I didn't even know they were fighting when he left, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that was the thing. We had no clue that he was, that they were splitting up. That was the, but like, just the situation he put us in, and not a phone call. You know what I mean? Like, and then he's living with a swimming pool and a Cadillac and motorcycles and, looking after her kids. What about, like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I think he only went to maybe 2 of my hockey games. Like, I was a hockey star too. Like, I was good. I was in the paper. We go on tournaments. I score 10 goals a game or something. Like, I was good, man. I even went to.
No wonder though why you were like rebellious too, though. I mean, with the childhood you had though, man, like you really didn't have though much of like a shot, like a chance. I mean, like, of course you're going to be rebellious,
my league, because of my situation, this is how good hockey people are, right? They sent me for a summer, but I didn't last because of problems. But I ended up in 2 weeks in Dave Keon's hockey school, learning how to play, to skate better and center ice. Like, Dave Keon was he's the last team that won our Stanley Cup in 1967. He was a big star for our Toronto Maple Leafs, right? So I went to his hockey school, and that's where I started. And like, I was a good prospect, like, because I did it all. I can hit, I can score, I can play any position. I used to play with the older, I was in, I forget, say Pee Wee. I'll just use Pee Wee or Bantam, I think, right? I used to minor Bantam, so I used to play after I play my game with my team. If they were short men, I have to play with the other team. You know what I mean, right? And I score and fight there too, right? So I just love that game, man. Like,
do you remember the David Frost craziness in Brampton with the hockey players, Mike Stanton?
Yeah. I wasn't involved in that, but I know of it, right? It's just I know, like, Harold Ballard. He was another pedophile pervert. You know what I mean? The owner of the Toronto Maple Leafs. He used to have this farm and have the kids go up there and work on this farm. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. A lot of those people that worked at Maple Leaf Gardens at that time were, right.
Bobby Manchaff, career criminal, the shot dead warden, and Eglinton. Crime don't pay, folks.
Absolutely, it don't. It's worth it. I can't believe I wasted all that life doing what I was doing. I could have been something. know what I mean? And
yeah,
maybe,
but you also could have not have escaped. I mean, it's, you know, a lot of people don't get to escape it though.
well,
And I like,
you don't know better, and you're around people that are not your kin, you know, your blood. And like I had plenty of opportunities to go live up and down and stay with them, and I, you know, but no, you know, things are gonna, you know, I don't know, man. Like when you're a kid, young lady, you know, you're always drawn to go back home for some reason. Like you're always drawn, right. But then
yeah.
you don't have a home base for yourself, so you're imposing on your friends. You're imposing, so now you got to make some money. So that's where, you know, you got to do crime. You know what I mean, right? And I did a lot. So.
Oh, I hear you though here, but I like the, I mean, not that I like though this. I mean, I like how he put it though. What Crafty once said, like, so many children with this type of sad upbringing are the ones who end up in juvenile prisons. How could you truly blame them? They don't have a chance. Impossible odds, like, you know. Yeah. And
well,
then no,
exactly.
once you're in that system, no, the revolving door. As we talk about that in the original episode, everyone. Too.
Yeah, well, I was in this place. It was called Under 21. So no matter how old you were up there, up to somebody that was in there 21 years old. And guess what was going on in there? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like the movie Sleepers.
Yeah, like, wow. You know, like I wasn't there long, man, until, you know, I'm the new guy. So, you know, but I was ready for him. You know, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But they're all cesspools. And then when I annihilated that guy, then they sent me to some group home on Logan Avenue. You know what I mean? Foster mom and daddy. You know what I mean? Weirdo, another sick. You know what I mean? And beside that place was where the girls were, right? So we used to communicate up in the bathrooms because our house and our bathroom window was there, and then across was their bathroom window. So they used to tell me, and that's how I met this girl, Lisa Hewen. She ended up being in Playboy Centerfold and all that. And then some guy exploited her in her young age. You know, now she's a mess. She walks around like she doesn't even have her own mind anymore, right? She was used and abused. She was down in California and Hollywood with these sick mothers. You know what I mean? Like, just. But these foster homes,
well, they do it. They're like, for like the
scam, man. What a racket that is, man.
Well, because they get a check and they don't even care about the kid. They just get the check.
Exactly. Here they are. They're preaching the Bible on you. Then they're trying to have sex with you at night.
Yeah, man, that's tough, man. That is tough.
So I get booted out Under 21. So I'm at this foster house on Logan Avenue, right? And then I didn't last long there. I had to jump out a window after I beat, you know what I mean? Right? He came in the room. Actually, even his wife was trying to having sex with us boys. His wife, she was, you know, you know, Broadzilla. You know what I mean? But anyways, yeah, this guy, he's one of those guys. He had like, he looked like Bozo the Clown. He had hair on the sides and the hole in his haircut on top, right? So yeah, he tried, and I just guzzled him. But I'm in bed in my pajamas, so after I got him, you know what I mean, I had to go out the window, hang jump off the roof in my fucking bed in the middle of winter, right? But lucky for me, the subway stations are close to there, so I went back to Fleming like that, man. I ended up at.
It's amazing how you can laugh at it though too now. Like you could look back and laugh. You know, you kind of in a way though you have to.
I have to, man,
because if you just harp on it constantly, you're gonna hunt constantly and constantly. That's gonna, you know, the mental health is already there. It's just gonna, just like with addiction. Like if I just constantly look at my past, it's okay to look at it. Just don't.
Well, I tell you, as men, as we grow up, we're not allowed to. You can't cry. You can't go see a counselor. Like that's weak. You know, so. You know,
yeah, where it's opposite. The true tough guy could open up, I believe. You know, and that's how it is, though, too. Like even just around here growing up, it was like
if you don't have knowledge, right? Then you stay ignorant to things that could help you. You know, it's just the way it is. You know,
and if you bottle all that up, though, and then you know you're not letting any of it out at all, it's going to explode.
Well, that's why when you're drinking and partying, when you got all that shit, man, that's where it comes out. Then that's all the time I got in trouble. You know what I mean? It was when I was freaking drinking, You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So, right, as a kid, you know, and that brings me to
like, and folks, the original episode though that we did, like the first hour, like I was shocked when like we hit the hour mark, I believe, and like you were only 18 at the time, and I was just like, holy Christ! I mean, like, been through a lot, man, like a lot, you know, a real lot.
Yeah,
And
like when I was writing all this down, like, you know what I mean? I'm like, I had to take you know, honestly, I'm just like, holy fuck. You know, you know, like, hey, don't get me wrong. Like when you go through a personal thing, but there was kids that I know that had it worse than me. Their own parents were messing with them, you know. So, you know, leave it at that.
Yeah.
You know? So,
No. I hear you. But that still though doesn't neglect the fact though that
when,
I mean your childhood
when
though,
things
man,
ain't right, it doesn't matter. It's all the same pain, man. Like you know what I mean. It's still the same loneliness you feel. It's still the same. You know, nobody cares. You know what I mean? So you don't care. So now you got a bunch of kids out there that just don't care, and they don't care who they hurt. They don't believe me. You know, right? I didn't. You know.
Yeah. No.
Right?
So let me ask you this question though. So like, you weren't even afraid of like going into juvie or prison or any of that growing up?
No,
right?
I was comfortable. Like I said, we learned how to fight. Like even in public school, like you know, like in gym class, we were always in shape. And then we had the community center. Then Tony Unitas came down and with his son Richard and taught us how to fight and all that, man. And you know, like you know, I was okay. You know, like I said, when
prisons out there.
My dad actually showed me a few things. Like I used to get beat up every day. You know, called you know, the N-word and spit on, and you know, one guy a little down pushed me over, and the other guy, you know, with the boots. I used to get that almost every day. You know, after school, right? So my dad, you know, this is like grade 3. You know, my dad said, "You come home crying one more time, I'm gonna beat you." So there was nobody I was afraid of more than him. My dad was a big man, you know what I mean, right? My dad was you know, tough guy in his own right, you know what I mean, right? But too bad his principles are. but anyways,
Chris Knuckles Nylon, yeah, good old Boston kid. Tell you a story about Chris Knuckles Nylon real quick though. He dated Whitey Bulger was going out with not Catherine Gregg, Teresa Stanley, and so Teresa Stanley's daughter was going out with Chris Knuckles Nylon, and Whitey went up to him. He's like, you know, make sure that you show her a good time, and like he gave him some money, and then and he looked down and Whitey had a gun on him, and then Chris Knuckles, tough guy too, Chris Knuckles Nylon. He's like, what, Mr. Bulger, like he's like, you know, why did you have to have though the gun? And he's just like, well, this is the way though that I do business. And he's like, if she wants to leave you, then you leave her. That's that. Blah blah blah. Just going back a little bit to the Winter Hill thing though that Eric mentioned before though, but Chris Knuckles Nylon has connections with the Winter Hill. Not that he was a gangster, but he went out with Teresa Stanley's daughter, who was with Whitey Bulger at the time though. But do you know who Knuckles Nylon is?
Yeah, Chris Nylon. Oh yeah, man. Right.
Yeah.
Like I can name almost every player on every team. I was right into hockey. You know what I mean? So,
he ended up marrying her. Okay, yeah. So I didn't know that though. So he did though end up marrying her. All right. Yeah. Well, that when he first went out with her though, she was with Whitey, and you know, he was just like, Jesus, like this guy could have just came up to me and been like, hey, you know, show her a good time, blah blah blah. But Whitey had a gun though. He's like, why did you have to have the gun? No, he's like, well, that's the way I do business. He's like, all right, whatever, you know. Yeah. So you know.
Yeah. So anyway, so now like yeah, since grade 3, I was immune to getting knocked around, you know, right? So
yeah,
right until my father, and then all those son of kids, I'm not going to name them. I got them all in one day, you know, because if I didn't, I was afraid to go home and you know, crying again, right? So be surprised what fear does to somebody. You know?
The motivator.
Yeah, very motivated, especially with my father. Like I remember some of the lickings I used to get. You know, like he was very methodical. He'd come in and he'd sit down and he'll go, look at me and he'll go, "So how was school today?" And I'd be, I don't know what he knows. Like, you know, I'm not smart enough to catch on that he knows. Right?
Yeah.
What happened? Or what you say to your mother? you know.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
he was like Clint Eastwood, like, you know, very calm, you know what I mean? Like my dad never raised his voice. He was just so. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
he was testing you to see what.
Yeah. So when I'm being punished, he used to say, he goes, "After you eat dinner, you're gonna go upstairs. You're gonna pull your pants down. I'm gonna come upstairs, and I'm gonna give you the belt." He goes, "Go on," just like that. No muss. So I'd be up there, and he make me wait and wait. All of a sudden, I'm gonna fall. As soon as I'm falling asleep, I'm trying to pretend I'm sleeping. Actually, right. I'm trying to make it look good. And then he come in the door, and whoa.
Well, just to screw with your mind, the weight game of it, like knowing that.
Oh yeah, he was very methodical in punishing. And I'll tell you another funny story with me and my sister.
Funny.
She was
funny story, but
yeah.
I mean, Jesus.
Like
Yeah.
one time she was punished, and I heard her crying in her room, and I'm imitating her crying, and my father heard me imitating her. So he came in and he got me too.
You're fucking nuts, Bobby.
I'm not. She just seen my sister Paul. Holy cow! Know what she did to me once? She was so pissed off at me. I was going down the stairs. I forget what we were going on with each other about, right? But we're going down the stairs. So I was about maybe halfway down the stairs, and then she kicked me. So I go crashing down the stairs. And the first she, Mom, Bobby fell down the stairs. Not she kicked me. I fell. That's like my sister. My sister used to make dolls with pins in them and hang them on my door. That's so much. I'm not kidding you, man.
Is that the one though that my
older sister Paula, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like even though we fought like cats and dogs, when we were in grade 7, you know what I mean? Like she was in grade 10, and she had to be home earlier than me, because at that time, I'll tell you that story. Her boyfriend at the time was the football star of her high school, right? And he wasn't treating her good, and my friend and Dean had a crush on my sister. So so Dean's like one of those romantics, He says, "Well, why don't we, get him?" All right. We got the excuse. He made my sister cry, right? So that was, right? So we had our dumbbell bars, right? Because we used to have dumbbells. So they were like those plastic weights. I don't know if anybody remembers them. We take them on. We had the middle bar, right? So we had that, and plus we were wearing Kodiak boots, right?
The ones with the sand in them, the little plastic weights with the sand in them.
Yeah. Well, the weights with the bar inside, like the steel bar. If they still had that steel bar, right? Well, we had that with us too, right? Because Phil was like he was the football star, he was, right? So, but anyways, so we went under the guise of him making my sister cry, right? Because Dean was in love with my sister, so that worked for me. You know what I mean? So he's coming down. Because everybody used to go up to the McDonald's and hang out after school, all the older kids and all that, right? So they had to cut through the field. There was a soccer field. They had to cut through the soccer field to get to the plaza. So me and Dean were waiting for him. Right? So I said, hey, Phil, come here. Right? He comes over. He thought I was a little punk. Like all his friends used to be nice to me just to try to get to my sister too. I had a lot of that going on too. But I go, what happened to my sister? She was home crying last night. What did you do to her? And he said, all of a sudden Dean comes in, boom, and then he hits him. Then I get on him. We know that scene where Pesci, and we're Pesci, and I'm good kicking.
Casino, casino, right? Yeah.
Right? So after that one, because he's supposed to be the big tough guy too, right? Right, we annihilate in front of his friends, in front of all the broads. You know what I mean? Right? So we were like rock stars then. Now we started getting invited to all the parties, right? The disco clubs, because disco was big, right? And so my sister used to be picked because she had to be home at 10 o'clock or something like that. And because I played ice, I would tell my mom I got a hockey game. She never checked. So she used to always have to go home 2 hours earlier than me.
And you were younger too, right?
And then I'm making out with some of her friends too, right? She didn't like that, like, right? Oh my god.
But remember we were talking though, at first, like you would think though, one of your friends though, like, because usually you're protective of your sister, but when Dean though, like they're like, Dean good, like wouldn't you rather be with someone like that than someone that you don't, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I had no problem with being like. Well, I'll tell you another story about where his heart is when it comes to romance. You know what I mean, right? He loved my sister. She works, and they got along great. But we had to go. That's the only reason why they split up, because we were taken away. Right? We had to split. Right? So, like, who knows, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You were saying that though about that he was really in love with her though, and that that crushed him.
Yeah, it did. Like I said, my life has changed so many times overnight, and it's it's like I look at it now. That's my father, my sister Paula, and my sister Melanie. Yeah, at the end. Yeah, that was actually just past summer actually.
Yeah, no, because I saw that pic and I was like, oh, I didn't have that up on the original show, and I just noticed that there though. So okay, so that's your pops right there next to you.
Yeah, he's 80. I think 83 now or something. Yeah.
There you go. Okay. God bless him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had my pops today, man. Yeah, I'm training him. I had him walking over out of DC. I sent you the video.
That's a good sign, man.
It is. And I was like emotional all day. I just I couldn't believe it. He's like, I want to go for a walk. I'm like, let's go. And because we were going to do the sound check, and I was like, Bobby, like 12:45, but I was like, wait, hold on. And you understood. You were like, no, do your thing,
Yeah.
But getting it moving like that though. So there's hope though there.
Yeah.
But no, so then that's your okay. So so you have sibling wise, then it's just you and your two sisters, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Got it though. And then a comment though that I wanted to say, was it from Annette? These people aren't real friends. You don't know until you're older. That goes with a lot though of people. With me, with addiction, no background, absolutely 100%. But I will say some of the guys from my drinking days in the bar, they actually though, when I stopped drinking, because I stopped drinking before I stopped doing the hard drugs, they would I was surprised. I thought like they never talked to me. They would be like, stay out of here, like they wanted me to do. I actually found out though that some of them were good, but I think she's talking more about like the gang type life or whatever. Not like Dean, like you and Dean were like this, obviously, you know what I mean? He was definitely your real friend, but there's definitely people though, I think that when we're younger, that you try to gravitate towards or try to emulate, like how you said you're impressed with Rizzuto or whatever, but you really realize that it's not the way to go, that it's not the right road.
When you meet that, giants like that, man, you're like, you take that as a graduation, like you hit the big leagues or something, you know what I mean? Right? Like,
he was, and that was back though when his father though was there, like, because didn't his father get sniped right in his kitchen?
Yeah, he got sniped right through the window. The way they killed Violi, exactly, like the symbology of how they do things is just, right? You shot our guy, our leader through a window at home. We're gonna do the same, right?
Yeah, and what about like bikers out to Hell's Angels? Then he run into Hell's Angels and all that out there.
Oh yeah, shit. Like we're friends with a lot of them, but with the shootout we had with the chapter, that could have changed everything for us. But fortunately, because we were a very strong crew back then, and we knew members from other chapters all over Ontario. Like it's kind of, they were in the wrong. Like that's what happened. We had a stag party. We used to raise money for our kids so they can travel. We never mixed our drug money with our boxing club money. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
There was, I wouldn't have it. Well, the guys, it wasn't just, we just didn't do that. If we needed an extra, if we didn't raise enough, sure. But every weekend, we have either a steak party, casino night, or just a casino night, or just after hours club, right? And so we used to raise money for the kids because we couldn't get a sponsor. We had our guys went to the Junior Olympics and kicked ass, man, and we didn't have a sponsor. We had to pay for all that. Then when there was tournaments in the States, we got to pay for that. Their parents got to go. You know what I mean? The bus, the hotels. Like, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
you know, right? You know, right? We couldn't get a sponsor. I couldn't believe it. I tried everything. Like, well, we all did. Like, I mean, it was just wow. You know, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, no, that's odd. No, I mean, especially back in those days and stuff like that, though. And you know, it's for it's for something positive. Like, you know, you can't find any sponsors on that though. But you guys know would take care of that. Then I you know, is that what you're saying?
But also too, those kids that were down there at the time, like, you know, us guys are all down there and we're all training with them too, helping them and teaching them stuff, teaching them the rules of this, you know what I mean? Like, if it came up, because a lot of them come from broken homes, right? You know, so I mean, right? Like, that life's funny because one minute you're being, you know, what you're supposed to be doing, and then a couple hours after you're up, you know, rocking and rolling somewhere, right? You know, right? You know, having a meeting, talking. Who's getting it? Who's gonna die? And you know, who's getting it? You know what I mean? Like, it's just the duality, you know, you know what I mean? It's just, wow. But anyway, so we had a steak party at the club, and with the seafood chapter.
Yeah.
Or you want me to
real quick? I want to hear though this question. I want to hear though what you're about to say, but the people though in the chat though, still no, I'm letting them know. Still ask away. I'm definitely going to get to you though, but go ahead though about the steak party though. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we had a steak party for the chapter in the Simcoe chapter. They were up north, right? And they came down, and at this time, this is in the 90s. So this is when the war was going on in the Serbs against the Croatians, right? Dean's Croatian, and the guy that started all that trouble came down. He was a Serb. So a few years, there was a rivalry because we all traveled the same circles, all went to the same strip joints. We all went to the same, you know, just the same places mostly, right? Like a lot of the bikers had control of a lot of the peeler joints, right? And then so they know. So, you know, everybody know, like, small world East End truck, right? But anyways, this guy, you know, just a total dickhead, no respect. He come down there, right? He sees Dean. He says to one of his guys, "I'm gonna shoot that guy." You know what I mean, right? Yeah. So he's looking. So you know, like they're like, you know, passing the. I don't even know why they even brought a gun down. Like, we would never bring a gun down, you know, to their place, you know, right? so anyways, we used to stash our weapons in the women's change room in the lockers, right? Like, if guys were using the men's washroom, some might get nosy, you know what I mean, right? Yeah. But we didn't even have locks on them, you know what I mean, right? So it's easy access. So as soon as we heard that, and we just got together, we just came out blasting, man, you know. And he got shot, and everybody hit the floor, you know what I mean? Wow, it was quite the scene, man. Gun smoke all over. It was like hard to see, man. Like, everybody hit the floor, you know, right? All holes in the walls and stuff. But anyways, after the melee, we have to get rid of the weapons. So we get rid of the weapons, and then we came back. But he crawled out. Like, I know he got shot, but when we went to go hide the weapons, you know, after that, because I mean, who couldn't hear that? You know, you know, we had some good power, right? So, but he crawled out through the back door of I don't know how he even did it, because the back door of the boxing club, there's a flight of stairs up there. So he crawled all the way out that back door, up those stairs, out the back door, through to spot parking, and then across the street. And he was banging on doors, you know, asking for help and everything. So we happened to bang on somebody that we knew that was actually, I don't know if anybody knows Johnny Massey from the East End. It was his third wife's sister, right? And they had her number because their son used to come down into the box club. So I mean, so she called and said, "There's a guy banging at my door and he's bleeding." Okay, right? We didn't know him, so we go out, right? So anyway, and it's him, right? So
yeah, the same guy that got shot. Yeah,
yeah, the guy that said he's going to shoot Dean. Yeah, right. So he got shot again, right? But you know, not to kill, but just like I'm lucky. No, I'm surprised nobody got killed. That like you know what I mean? But
yeah. And then what happened with him though? So he lived.
yeah, he lived. He ended up in a wheelchair, paraplegic. You know, right?
Oh.
He didn't open his mouth or anything, right? But anyways, a couple of days later, the boys went up there to the club because we heard we're all getting it and we're all dead, and they didn't come out. So that was squashed just like that. And I think their club up there folded after that a little bit. I think, right? Because
So
number
you
one,
guys
they're in
were
the,
like, you guys like 200 deep though, like like they're no one really though the fuck with you.
no, because we had it from Scarborough. There was a guy, Tommy Bogiatis, a Greek guy, like he was the head of the Greek mob, of that area, right? And man, Tommy, he was another guy, that charisma. Like I remember the cops set him up, like he beat a beef, and the cop. This is how dirty cops are, They went at him. They cheated when they went at him, anyways. Anyway, he beat the beef, and then when he beat the beef, they planted a pound of heroin in his car and tried to get him for that, And he beat that and sued him for $2 million. Way to go, Tom.
Yeah, that's
They're dirty. This is the hypocrisy of law enforcement. You know what I mean? They can do whatever they want. The politicians, can do whatever they want. No accountability. They can kill, rape children, bring tons of drugs into our country and point at the car. Oh, it's China. It's the cartel. No, it's you. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? They got all the container yards and the containers, the ships, the airplanes. Come on.
No, but to think about it, that's some scary shit though. Like if I'm driving on Highway 81 here and I get pulled over or whatever, and for some reason a cop doesn't like me and he puts a baggie or whatever though in the car and whatnot. I mean, that's tough to beat. I mean, especially.
What this is what I hate about the system is that automatically you're a born liar. I'm a born liar. You're a born liar, and the cops are the most honest people in the world. And politics.
And now the world changed. Remember the show Cops?
Yeah.
It always said all subjects are innocent until proven guilty. Now it's everyone is guilty until proven.
Yeah,
guilty. I say still guilty because even though when you're proven innocent, you still have that.
You got to prove you're innocent. That's why they try to make deal. That's why they'll charge you with the crime that you actually did and add on 4 or 5 other ones. You know what I mean?
Right? And you get everyone know in the comments, though, now that everyone on social media has a voice, is like, putting down all these people because everyone's so perfect. I think people feed off the fact that,
those prosecutors, they're just as bad as.
But it makes them feel better about themselves, though. Like people will put someone down, like, oh, what a scumbag! I can't believe though that he did this or that, though, because they're feeling better about their own faults, so that they'll just write up whatever. Like if you ever read comment sections in newspaper articles about people getting arrested, it just makes me sick. Almost like when a woman or a guy, when they post on Facebook about their relationship, let's say the woman's like, oh, my boyfriend, we're getting in a fight, and then some Casanova guy jumps in the comment and was like, oh yeah, he would have scummed up. You don't live in those walls. Keep your mouth fucking shut.
Yeah, I know people act like they were actually there. Business. Yeah, people act like they were there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then that shit's going to be shared anyway. I hate that though when these guys come in oh, I wouldn't do that to you, hon. Blah blah blah. You know,
Eddie. I call those guys Eddie Haskells. I don't know if people know Eddie Haskell is. But
did Dino have a falling out with Vince McMahon? Do you know?
I have no idea about Vince McMahon.
I like Eric McCamley though. You're asking a lot of those questions though. Good questions though too. What did Bobby?
Well, let me tell you about cops. I think it was Dean, Joey Millie, and some other guy. They escaped. They were just into their time, so they escaped from prison, right? And So I'm watching cops on TV. The SWAT team's looking for him. So I was in the condo at the time, and I'm sitting there. I'm just sitting minding my own business. Me and the girl at the time, right? And boom, 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 boom. No, first the phone rings, right? And it says, "This is Toronto SWAT. We're looking for Dean Cobb. Are you in the alone place?" I'm like, "Yeah." You know what I mean, right? So come open the door with your hand, all this stuff, right? So I do that. I come out, me and her, right? I go to the lot, they do all that. They come in, just being jerks, right? Like they go in my bedroom, and I have no frame. So my bed, my box and mattress was like on the floor, I didn't have a frame, right? So they're tossing it up, and right. But what they didn't know, in all of my suit packets, I had an ounce of Coke in each one. I had like a half pound of Coke in all my suit jackets, all in ounces, right? Like I would have, if they would have found it. But anyway, it was funny. So anyways, so they tell me to sit on the call. All of a sudden the phone rings. Guess who's on the phone? Dean.
Get out of here.
Yeah, man. You can't write this shit up, right? But always in our life, we had code words, or like if we were together, we just had a look, but on the phone, right, we had a code word. His code name was Eddie Sherwood, right? So I said, "Hey, Eddie, how you doing? I can't talk right now. The SWAT team's here looking for a friend of mine. Apparently he escaped." He's like, "What?" He goes, "How come they're going to your place?" He goes, "They always come when you do something." I thought I was going to say to him, but whenever they look for him, they always come to me, right? You know what I mean, right? So, but that was funny. I'm watching cops on TV. Cops or SWAT teams at my door, and the guy they're looking for is on the phone.
Oh yeah. Speaking of Dean, though, Bobby, I mean, it's up to you if you want to get into that, though.
Sure.
Because I know you love him, and I mean, everything, the episode that we did was even basically dedicated though to Dean, everything like that, though. But are you comfortable on this live, explaining what happened with him?
Leading up to his murder?
What happened with Dean?
Well, okay. Well, he was very successful doing his stunts, but his second wife was a real piece of work. She was actually best friends to his first wife. So those, but she was doing stuff, keeping his kids away and keeping his friends away. Like she just really tried to shut his own kids out of his life. Like you know what I mean? Like it took him a while to see it, but when he did the right thing, right? But that, I was there when he got that call from Montreal, and he said no, he turned it down. Like he had no intention of getting involved in bringing over any more product overseas, right? Because I'll tell you why, right? A lot of shit goes down. He knew he was constantly being watched, or something, right? So at that time, I was there when he got that call, and he said no, but he ended up, I guess, changed his mind, I guess. But anyways, so his what it says in the paper and what actually happened are totally different. Right? I try to get it out there, but he's gone. Why? But he was going to divorce her, but he didn't want to do it while he was out. He wanted to do it while he was inside. So when he hooked up with Donovan to make a score, this guy owed him some big money, I guess, something like that, right? But she was sleeping with the guy, you know what I mean, right? That shot him. Nobody knows that. You know what I'm saying? Like she was a heavy drug user too. Well, they all are up there in Las Vegas Beach, but not all of them, but a lot of them.
I know, but
I know you know what I mean, right? She was right into the doogie and the fentanyl and all that stuff, right? So, but so it was 2 days. He was supposed to come down and have dinner with me before he went away, because usually before he went away or I was going somewhere, right? We we make up a little plan and plot. If I send you a letter saying this is going wrong, like because they read your letter, like we had a good code. We had it's English, but it's broken English with we use a lot of P's and Z's and stuff like that. It's hard to figure out, but anyways, we had a good talking code, right? Yeah. So he ended up going to collect the dough, and Buddy was just there waiting for him, man. Soon he banged on the door. I guess Dean kicked it in, and he was right there, and boom, right? Shot them both. Shotgun, man. That was it, man.
Man, sorry about that, man.
I still can't believe it. It's like, even though we weren't blood, man, it felt like that when you lose a sibling, man.
Yeah, I don't even feel comfortable putting up like the newspaper thing though.
And I just imagine, I still can't get out of my head him laying in, because it was in the wintertime and in the snow, cold, alone, you know what I mean? Why was, I can't, it's hard to fathom a guy like that getting mucked out like that. You know what I mean? It's just,
like knowing that, like he didn't, it wasn't like immediate, like what was going through his mind while,
Yeah. But I knew why he got involved in that, because he wanted to help his friend. Dean was too loyal to people, I'm not saying anything bad about Donovan. He was a good guy. I met him a few times, but he was very too loyal to guys, and you got to take advantage of that. Right?
Loyal to a fault. You're saying?
Yeah. He got, it caused a lot of friction between him and I sometimes too. Right? But because people don't like to hear it. Like he used to always pull me up. You know what I mean? Right? And then that's how it worked. But I guess when I try to pull him up, his second wife, because his own daughter punched her out. What does that tell you? His daughter Naomi, I tell you, man, she is she is him all over, but female. But Dean taught her karate and all that. She went, I think she's a brown belt or something. But I'll tell you, man.
And is that his son?
Yeah, that's his son Yannick on the left, and that's Naomi on the right. Yeah.
Okay.
Two beautiful kids, right? I love them both, So. But anyways, Naomi, let me tell you about Naomi. After Dean died, his ashes, her Dean's second wife name was Paula. So Naomi and Paula made a deal that she's going to keep the urn for 3 months, I think, or 6 months. I think it was 3 months, and then Naomi will have it for 3 months, and then Yannick would have it, or whatever, right? How it went around, right? Paula reneged on her. So Naomi went over. Naomi's a polite. She's got like Dean, good manners. She's a beautiful. I don't know what. I see why she took Naomi as a threat, because she was a sweet kid. That's Daddy's little girl too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? But she wanted to be number one. But anyway, all that built it up in her when she denied her father's ashes. Right? So Naomi punched the piss out of her. I love that girl. Oh, I mean, she got. I mean, you know what I mean. That girl got a pounding, man. I loved it, man, and especially what I knew, and then Naomi did that. So she got the beginning of what was coming to her, anyways. Right?
Yeah, the karma was coming, and some people that might not know the whole story, the outside might think that, oh, that sounds cold-hearted or whatever, but no. When what she was, about and what she was doing and stuff, good for Naomi for what she did.
Oh, yeah. I love that child, man. But
and then she just so they had that deal though with the ashes, and then she ends up reneging on the deal, not giving her the ashes, and then Daddy's little girl though, that she did the right thing. I mean,
damn right. You're damn straight. She did the right thing. You know what I mean? And she got their ashes. Never gave them back, because that piece of shit wasn't around that long. Everybody involved in the driver and her and all that, all of them overdosed on fentanyl. Lord works in
fentanyl.
mysterious ways. You know, all 5 of them. Oh, God. Yeah.
Fentanyl is
I
no
know.
joke, man.
The
Takes
worst,
out a lot. Yeah.
worst drug ever. Yeah. Yeah. You got to watch where you get it from, too. You know?
Eric McCantley.
Yeah.
The
You should know
story.
your dealers.
Yeah. The stories are fascinating, and the stuff behind the scenes and what is behind the decisions to go down that path is astounding. Yeah, I mean that's like, see, like I always say, like, you know, with the mob though type stuff, it's not like oh yeah, that's great what these guys are doing. It's just a fascinating though, like type, and it's also, well, I always say, I know you're from Canada, but it's Canadian history too, but it's part of American history. Like with the mob, like, I mean, they ran the unions, they were involved with CIA, you know, with stuff that even, you know, with what I'm looking at right now, Russell.
With the church, with the Vatican, you know,
the Vatican too, and then the Cuba though crisis though. Russell Buffalino though was with the CIA and Sam Giancana and all those guys. Like, you know, like there was just so much in the ports for the unions. Like the mob was able to shut down the country at one time. Like, it's American history, so it's not like glorification. Of course, we tell stories, you laugh, you know what I mean? Like, you know, remembering old times and stuff. But at the end of the day, like, you know, you're not glorifying it. I mean, your best.
It's not all glamorous like they put it on TV, that we're all having good times and hee-hawing it, and you know what I mean? It's not
Lucky
like
Luciano did. That's how Lucky Luciano, not the Kayak Bobby, but Lucky Luciano, like Crafty once said, that's how he ended up though getting out of prison and deported, was by that help. And Meyer Lansky brokered that deal when for World War II though, for you know, because they wanted to know like certain ways how to come in, like, you know, and I think over in Sicily or in Italy or whatever, and that's how Lucky actually got out of that sentence. But he wasn't allowed though to come back though to America. I think they brought him back though to be buried here because he loved it here. But yeah,
like those guys are in with the church, with the Cardinals. You know what I mean? They call it. There's a book called Operation Gladio. I read it, man. It's just the Sicilian mob, Lucky Luciano, the Vatican. You know, wow.
Oh yeah, no, there's so much though stuff though, and like even just like with
and
like
it goes to JFK too. You know what I mean? It leads up to his murder because everybody, even the Mossad, had a hand in that too. Nobody know. I don't know.
And even though with just CIA stuff, well, here though, this was Russell's though. This was his deportation with Russell Buffalino from my name, from my town, and in this brief appellant, it even talks about, like, you know, with the Bay of Pigs and all of that type of stuff, like, you know, like what they were involved with. And then these letters from Frank Sheeran to Angelo Buffalino, though, from prison. No, it's just a stuff, though, that these guys weren't just like street hoods. Like, they were involved with like some big historic events, you know what I mean?
Exactly. They're part of our history, man. You know, you can't get any bigger than them cats. You know, like, wow, you know, smart men too. Like, people don't realize how you just can't be some street thug and putting all this shit together. You got to have smarts, instincts, you know what I mean, right? Even to get all those connections. Like, I mean, like,
that's what always blows my mind about it. It's just though that, like, how did they get, like, you know, like I'm looking at this here though, like, you know, that's a picture of Davis Dico, and then there's Russell when he was younger though. This is back from working for Santo Volpe. This is in the 40s. Wow. And you know, these guys just started out though, just, you know, just being, you know, criminals, like, you know, gangs on the street. And next thing you know, I mean, the power though that they were able to, the influence that they got.
Well, some people learn very fast. Like I'm a fast learner that way too, right? Like, I mean, my instincts and just saved my ass. I don't know how many times. Like, when things don't feel right, I don't care. I don't care what I hear, whatever. When that don't go away, I know that person's lying to me. But then I read some books on body language and stuff like that's another thing. But I know when something is bad just from the person's energy. Like,
yeah,
if I shake a guy's hand and he don't look me in the eye, then, you know, forget it. You know what I mean? Like,
well, and also the way they operate too, they would find a weakness though. Do you ever hear of a man by the name of Roy Cohn?
Yeah, Roy Cohn. Yeah.
Well, Roy Cohn though was an attorney though, but he was also involved with the McCarthyism and all that type of stuff. Mm-hmm. And he was also a lawyer, like for like the mob. They almost said like, they were like, they wouldn't even touch a hair on his head because he was like the consigliere or whatever. But he would have tapes on everyone. So like that's how he would always win cases on judges or
They're
whatever.
blackmail. Well, they're all that whole what we call the elites and they're all perverts. They're
Well,
all
yeah, and then and they all have
deviants.
weird parties. And Roy
Yeah,
Cono himself, though, would
in
have
those days, if you were a homosexual, too, that was, right? And a lot of them were that too, right? So I mean, but these people that run they're all. They're all psychopaths.
Yeah, I mean the government. They listen. Like the FBI, this and that. Like they're the biggest mafia family out there.
Exactly, like, and then they put guys like, street guy like us away. For like especially in your country, like doing the same shit they've been doing since we're. You know what I mean? Like, come on, like look at the banking system. It's a slave debt system. The fiat banking, Federal Reserve Bank. That's a crime. IRS taxes. That's a crime. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Well, yeah. Then they do. Then they'll do anything. Like they couldn't even back in Al Capone days, they couldn't get him for anything, so they got him on income tax evasion. No, so that,
look how they got Luciano. They made those prostitutes lie. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and then they make this guy a governor or a mayor or something. I don't know, right?
Yeah, and he wasn't even like around. Maybe he was getting money though from those pimp houses or stuff though. But they testified, like he had to testify that they saw him there and stuff like that though. But that wasn't though like the case though.
And it even got recanted. They even came back and told the real truth, and they didn't. No, not too bad, right? See, you know what I mean, right?
And it's crazy too. Another thing too, and just the only reason why I keep bringing this guy up is because I just think his story is just fascinating because his brother was the president of the Massachusetts Senate and he was like the head mobster. But with Whitey, with the FBI, what it was he was Irish. So the FBI though, if you got the Italian mob, you really move up in stature. So they let this guy who was worse than the Italians, who was just a homicidal maniac, just do he was actually controlling them towards the end. Like he was telling them what to do. You know what I mean?
Scarpa. Look at Scarpa. Look at him.
Well, yeah, Scarpa though, and people, they don't understand this because I saw both files. He was like legitimately like informing like big time. Like every one of his documents was signed and fingerprinted. Bulger's was more like disinformation and like just John Connolly was. You could totally tell that the and it repeats itself. His file. Scarpa has 65,000 pages, and they're all fingerprinted and signed by him. Bulger, not one was fingerprinted or signed. And also, it's like guy found in trunk of the car. Then you see a file from 2 years later. It's the same exacto report on a different date. So yeah, he was like controlling them. They didn't care. All they want. That's why it's so corrupt. They wanted the Italians. And then after all that went away, then terrorism after 9/11 happens. So now they're after the terrorists. So then that's when the mob started coming back here a little bit more. But then when they started getting in that gun era and with terrorism and all that, not saying it still doesn't go down, but saying the way then they started going towards the mob again. And what fascinates me still about Canada though is just I get it. With the RICO and all that, but like you were saying with the gangsterism laws and you still get 25 to life, it just still boggles my mind to the degree of like, there's like no gun era, like, in like, Cosa Nostra as they call it over here, but over where you're at, it's.
Well, like I was telling you, your prison system is corporations. They're built by corporations. So they got to keep them filled. Yeah. And every politician as they get to kickback, there's kickbacks everywhere. They can write up that to house an inmate. Let's say it costs $3,000 a day. Oh, it's $8,000 a day to house an inmate.
Yeah, but I mean,
like, it's so corrupt, but like here,
but
here,
it wasn't
the revenue that they make are the guys on the outside, though, right?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Because the police got to create revenue for themselves, right? Because our taxpayer money ain't giving them all their equipment. So they got to create revenue with the bad guys. That's why they don't come down hard. They love it. They act like, oh, we want the town to be safe. They let Mom Boucher run around and blow up prison guards and newspaper people and whatever.
And that's the thing with that. And over here, they didn't fuck with like even with that Thomas Dewey with Luciano. Dutch Schultz wanted to kill him, and they were like, no. And see, people don't even realize this. Luciano, though, in a way, you could say he set Dewey up, like So when everyone's always talking about like the cooperators and rats and stuff like that, you'd be surprised by some of even the old timers who actually set up some of their own people with law enforcement.
Yeah, I mean, without the mob and the gangs in Montreal, say, the perfect example, and here, there's no headlines, especially in Montreal. There's no headlines. So that means no headlines, no revenue.
No, well, yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is,
but long as they're killing each other, right? But soon as when a kid gets hurt, that's what happened to Mont Boucher. He went too far. They blew up a kid, and all of a sudden the whole town went crazy. That's it. Because nobody minds if a mobster kills another mobster. That's the that's the life, right? But when you kill an innocent kid, that that's it. You're fun. That's it.
Well, yeah, exactly. Though I'm still stunned though at the fact though that like there's not even like a minute like of like the gun era though, but over there where you're at, it's still because over in America, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, it was nuts. And then after John Gotti Sr. and then Joe Massino would be like, I guess you would say like the last like godfather of that era, and then or Vinny Asara would be the end. Like that all ended in like 2003, 2013, I should say, like the gun era was like it was just over. But
you
would think there'd be little bits and pieces, but you guys didn't even like. It's the same over there.
Yeah, because the revenue's different. Like I said, they're corporations mostly run your whole country. They run your politicians. You know what I mean, right? They're bought and paid for. All those Democrats. I don't care. Like those Democrats that had it their way for a long time.
Bobby, is Justin Trudeau the biggest crime boss in Canada?
He's a crime pedophile. He ain't no boss. He don't run the show here, man. Come on.
That guy.
He's a shit, man. I don't mind saying. That guy.
No. And I don't give.
He was elected. That girl, that Gray Owl school where he was a drama teacher, right? She found out that because he had sex with her, right? She was a minor, and he bought off the mother for $2.5 million. Okay, and then when the daughter found out, now she's older, she went and posted all over the internet before he got elected. And guess what the news media did? They covered it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who now we got a like when he talks, pus comes out of his face. You know what I mean? That's how sickening it is. And he wears these stupid. When he first met Trump on his first thing, he's sitting there with his legs crossed with these funky socks on. And I noticed Trump looked at him and just went,
that guy has no filter.
Right? But this guy's a pedophile. His foundation's got the pizza symbol, like triangle, right? That's what they use. These perverts, how they get along with that Pizzagate. You heard of Pizzagate? That's how they get. That's how they know, right? Like his foundation's all got that Pizzagate symbol.
Jesus.
Child trafficking, man. Like look at all those people that disappear. What was it? 85,000 missing children all of a sudden that they can't account for at the border. Whoa, come on.
Man.
3,000 kids in Hawaii. They hopped on school buses and nowhere else to be found. Where the hell did they go? You got to have power and the law on your side to get away with that shit. You know what I mean?
100%. Eric McGann, the ability for that guy Bulger to pull the strings, including have people inside the police, including the state and FBI. Oh, he had more than that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and his brother was ahead of the Massachusetts Senate, and I got crazy stuff. I got audio with him that nobody even like heard yet and stuff from the documentary that I was doing of him talking and stuff. So on this channel and someone that was actually inside with him when he was a very smart guy. And for example, since Eric's on here, Bobby, if you don't mind, you mind if I just play this 1 minute clip?
Sure.
All the stuff I was bringing up with the crew, he had a lot of.
That's not the clip.
I taught an art class in a federal penitentiary, and I had to get to a class I was teaching, and to get to the class I was teaching, I took a shortcut through the yard, and I was walking through the yard with my folders and a few art pieces, and he was sitting on a bench on the side by the fence with one of my friends named Sean West, and he was getting an autograph from Whitey for his dad. and I didn't know, but he was like, hey, come here, Chip. So I went over there and he said, this guy wants to meet you. So I was like, all right. I said, hey, what's up? And I still didn't know who he was. He said, I'd like to shake your hand because he said, he said, you know who I am? I said, no. He said, he introduced himself and as James Bulger. And he said, I've been all over the world, he said. And I've never seen no art like yours. And he said, would you mind if I came down and talked to you? He said, you know, I was in Alcatraz. And I said, no, I don't even know who you are. I said, yeah, why don't you come down and hang out? I said, I got the whole art room. I was painting a picture of a Native American that he knew. He said, I know who you're painting. And I said, who am I? And I said, no, you don't know who I'm painting. He said, yeah. He said, I know. And I thought he was full of shit. And he said, that's White Man Runs Him. That's one of Custer's, General George Custer's, Armstrong Custer's scouts. And I was like, wow.
So the reason why he was so successful too is he was just like brilliant, too smart. And his brother though was also though smart, but he did that guy, but he's a friend of mine though, Chip though would say like just the stuff that people don't know, like coming from his point of view, it's mind boggling though. That guy like ran everything, like contrary to like what people like he'll say now about him and this and that though, but like people were petrified of that guy. And including like even Italians at the time. And like he didn't even have a big crew or anything like that, but it was just his reach. And I just wanted, because that Eric though was bringing up the Winter Hill Gang. I just wanted though to show him though that and stuff though that is coming out though with that. But Eric, I have audio too and stuff like that's never heard before that I'll be putting up in the future and shit. So look out for that if you're interested in his story. And I wanted to where's the comments at again? Here we go. Back to what we were talking about before now. They're all bought and paid for by corporations. They sold out our country's resources. All that matters is popping up the real estate market and stock pricing, lining up the 10%. Yeah, because think about their salary going in, though. A lot of these politicians, and when they're done, then look how like loaded they are with cash.
You know, like, I'll tell you something that a lot of people don't know. Trudeau put up the tariffs at 25% this year. Our shipping industry here in Canada went down the toilet in steel. You know what I mean? We had a bad year last year. People don't. Now he's on there blaming Trump like it rains. It's Trump's fault now. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah, that's
you know, like come on. But
that's like Vladimir Putin was like, you'll see they're going to tremble at like, you know, because he came out and he's like, we're not going to be bullied. Trudeau said that with the tariffs and this and that.
Oh, what's he going to do?
Vladimir Putin was like, what? He was talking about Trudeau and then he's like, they will be on their knees, basically.
Exactly.
You know,
well, Trudeau won't mind being on his knees. You know what I mean? But he's so full of like I said, when he talks, pus comes out of his face. And it's all like then he goes on TV with this big multi-billion-dollar train from Toronto to Quebec or something like that. They tried that once and they're still building it like 10 years ago, like in America. You know,
how did that guy get off? I mean, I'm not from out there. I mean, like, how did he win?
300. The train's supposed to go 300 miles an hour. You know,
who elected him?
Right, and they tried to do one, I think, from California to somewhere, and it's still not even built. Right, it's just a money grab, but it's a distraction to take the mind off because our country's going bankrupt. The Bank of Canada guy was on today saying that Canada's bankrupt now because of this guy. He sold us out. Plus, he's a member of that World Economic Forum. All of his cabinet are. You know, they're Marxist, commie, and this woke stuff, men and women's sports and all that shit. Like, come on.
No, yeah, that's a little bit out of control. I mean, you know, I saw this, like, you know, you get a girl who's like training for the Olympics her whole life, and she would have, though, you know, she would have really beat the record, but she's going up against a guy, and I just don't agree. I don't agree though with that stuff.
Well, remember that I don't know if anybody see it. It was a boxing match, and it was one of those whatever. And
that's insane.
Beat the shit out of her.
That's insane.
And people are going, ooh, because it's gender, you know, because, you know, like, how do you condone? That's Baphomet shit, man. That's Luciferian shit, that
Well,
perversion.
one thing I'm not afraid to say or whatever, and I don't care what anyone says.
I don't care what anybody says either.
The schools, though, with like, the 5-year-old kids and telling them, the teachers telling them that they could be this or that. Like, they make that decision. I got tattoos when I was 18 and I'm like, I wish I kind of didn't get that, but your mind's not fully made up yet, and you're teaching them to be
and look at all the dirty books teaching the kids how to give each other facial, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, no.
and then when you're a parent, then you go and complain, you phone the cops on you, you know what I mean? Then you get arrested for questioning. It's
insane. It's insanity. But then people are, I don't know. And listen, I don't, if whatever, like I'm talking like, homosexuality, this, I'm not that. If you're gay, that's fine. Whatever, this or that. I'm talking.
It's not a world event. What you do in your bedroom is your business. You know,
exactly.
It's not a world event. It's like, like everything.
But this whole surgery though, with children and trying to make them.
I want all those kids out there that are thinking of that. You must talk to somebody that's gone through it, all the operations, all the scars, all the cancer tumors, and all the other illness they got from all these shots and everything they do. You know what I mean? And don't chop off the weasel. It never comes back.
Yeah, I mean that's it. But then think about it.
Evil.
How about this? When I was growing up, you had to be 18 though to get a tattoo.
Yeah,
but kids can get these surgeries though, and freaking that's insane to me.
I know. It's crazy, man.
Like, because when you're a kid, they might be like, "Oh yeah, cool, I'm gonna." But then like a week later, they're just I'll do it. Like, why not? Because you're a kid. You're not thinking, but like you got to wait till your brain's fully developed before making decisions like that. And I just disagree though with that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and if the kid wants to do it, they'll have some school counselor, intervene and then phone the cops on the parents and take the child away. You know what I mean?
Spending Canadian taxpayer money to fund trans awareness in Ethiopia.
Yeah, everywhere. They got. What we're learning now, like the Democrats are putting money on condoms, for Gaza, spending billions of dollars on condoms for people in Gaza or in Africa, or this stuff like that, or all these little things they made up got nothing to do. Millions and billions of dollars has nothing. But when you guys have a hurricane or something, there's no insurance.
No, or like when I see a Vietnam veteran who got his legs blown off playing for his country and he can't even get health care.
Yeah. Look how they treat them, man. But
so it's just like you don't get nothing. You get $500 like hurricane relief fund or something like that. And then that wasn't though each person in the house. That was for the house. So like that's what's that going to do?
Then you got that
inflation these days.
Then you got that prostitute Kamala on there with $1,000 earrings and giving them $700 checks for hotel rooms like a week or a month. What what I mean? Like, what is disgraceful? And then Trump's the bad guy though. Right?
I mean, it's just the only thing that I can.
We can go on and on, man.
Oh no, I know, but I listen, and I was like blue collar, like my grandfather, blue collar Democrat before it just got totally crazy and out of control. And like going with the way. I just disagree with that whole the kid thing with the changing their gender before they're fucking evil. I mean, Jesus Christ, they're kids, they're children.
Yeah, I know.
Like what's going?
I know, but what politics has come down to is picking the lesser evil. That's all it is now. Right? Yeah,
but I mean, over here, I mean, the people though are sick of I guess the woke culture, obviously, because the numbers didn't lie. I mean, the election was a landslide.
It's still here. Yeah, it's still here. I can't believe it. But wow, anything that exploits children, man, that's a
I don't like that. I
get incensed, especially with our veterans, how they're treated, how they send them off to war on lies. You know what I mean? On lies, right?
Yeah.
Right. You guys don't benefit from any wars whatsoever. The corporations and the politicians do. That's it.
Well, yeah, exactly.
No money comes back your way. You guys ain't getting any. Like, it goes up actually. Then they're always crying poverty. Oh, we got no money for this and that. But they can send, money all over the place. It's disgusting. And
yeah, and
get
then send other people's, but not their own kids would send people over to fight like that about war in Iraq, like with the weapons of mass destruction that were never ever even found.
The same in Syria, right? But anyway, man,
I'm one of those guys that I just think that veterans should be taken care of more than freaking NBA basketball players, baseball players. But I get it; it's show business. There's more money in that though. But they're the real,
It ain't about your friends; it's a show business.
yeah. I mean, seriously. But that's what I usually never don't get though political on here. But
they could end poverty tomorrow.
I mean,
all of the Hollywood actors, the athletes, if
Bill Gates could.
They could corporate, they could end poverty fucking tomorrow. End of story. But they won't. They don't want to. So that's it.
That's cool, Eric Somerville. He grew up there during the time of the McLaughlin feud. Yeah, the Mullins and the McLaughlin. That was the war. Okay. Feud was going on in the 60s. And then that was the one. Bulger was actually lucky, though, because he was in prison, though, for that time. He could have possibly got killed. He came in at the tail end of it, and then him and Pat Nee, though, had a sit-down. And they were like, listen, there's too many bodies getting killed. Kind of like what we were talking about before, Bobby, bad for business. What are we doing? And then after that war ended is when, then they really just started making, because when you're in war, you're not making money when you're a gangster. You're at war with each other all the time. Yeah. So then that beef, though, then got settled, and then it went on from there. But what else? The center. Oh, Eric. Now we're turning into C-SPAN over here, Bobby. Center. No, it's fine.
My microphone. Hang on.
No, I don't mind. But it is the center right Republican. No. Oh, I just want to say hello to my man Wyatt. I even see you there, Wyatt. Thank you, my man, for being here. Great to see you, buddy. This live actually didn't really even start to the 1 hour mark because of the technical difficulties. You know what I realized, Bobby? I guess it's just my microphone. When I have it plugged in, it doesn't work. So the camera though works here, but I apologize about that in the beginning, man.
No problem, man. No problem, man.
But I mean, I'll have you back on though, absolutely though, anytime. And you guys, and I'm telling you, in the description though, and I want to put the picture up, Bobby, of your episode that we did. I already played the clip. Yeah, I played the clip in the beginning, but I know Andy told the story, but it's this one here, guys. But the link is in the description for where the hell did it go? Oh, I think I accidentally bumped it. Well, here it is. Bobby Bright, The Hard Life, right there. The actual show that we did the other day, and I want to really, 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 really thank Crafty One, Canadian Underworld News, and because he was so respectful. He's like, it's his content. He worked hard on it and all that. And then I was just thinking, I was like, no, man, you know why? Because a lot of people don't do it. So he actually, besides giving the shout out, he put up the name. He tagged the name on there and all that stuff. And I tell you, could, buddy, anytime, and if you could use anything for that.
He's a really good guy, too.
I love his channel. And the way how I like how when he hits pause and he's the way how he was explaining how the Underworld works, it goes to show you with that Rizzuto thing, how, people already knew about the banana. I like how, he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It does in his bilingual too. He could tell it in French. Well, that's what he basically does, is translate it in English for us, right? Of the French news, right? Because they're, I don't know, what is it, 70-30 French and 30% English in Montreal? I'm not sure, but I know it's something.
Yeah, but the way though that he paints the picture though of what he's describing, guys, what you need to understand here is that, it just goes to show you though that, people already knew about this on the street though with the banana thing before, because then he was because Rizzuto was just no, I was watching the door security, but this was before that. This was 88, 89, 90, whatever it was. I just and then it'll be now let me go back here so you get the flow of it, just the way how he explains stuff.
He's straight up honest too, and if he makes a mistake, he's like you. He you know what? I made a mistake, error. This not what went down.
Oh yeah, you ever Yeah, you know what? I put a comment up one time and I was wrong on someone's channel and someone corrected me and I wrote back, "Hey man, I was wrong. Thanks for that." And then a bunch of people though ended up liking that comment and then they were like, "Wow, you never see this often." And I'm thinking like, why? Like, I'm okay if I'm wrong about something and someone tells me the right thing. I'm happy because now I know the truth. Like, I don't like want to like with that. It's that ego thing. Like, who cares if you're not, you know,
I tell you, if people are into
be
the
open-minded.
hot stuff, man, his channel is the one to watch because he does the headlines, man, and you know what I mean. Like he's
Yeah, there it is. There, it's Crafty One, Canadian Underworld. I think I actually put it in the description here, but I did though put it in my community tonight too. I think though, where you could just click on it and subscribe to him though. But he breaks down stuff great. And buddy, my man, you could absolutely use the combo. Like I said, as long as you don't mind though, just tagging though the show, you could let it flow. I don't care, man. You know what I mean? But I mean, that was very gentlemanlike of you. Because you're like, it's his content. I don't want to though do this or that. And then as I was watching, I was like, no, man, you can keep going. You know what I mean? You don't get to, but I get it. And you know, he was showing respect and he's a gentleman. But this guy though, legitimately, I'm not just saying this because he plugged my channel, but the way how we break, usually like when people hit pause, when you're trying to like listen to an interview, first off, some people have to do it though because YouTube has a thing though where like if you keep it going, I don't know if you ever seen someone show a video or something, they hit pause, they have to say a few words so this way they don't get like a copyright or whatever. But when he hits pause and he explains the picture, it's actually refreshing because like he's painting the picture like, you know, from like what it's like from the guys on the street, like what their mentality is to the audience. He has a very good way of
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, he's very articulate. He's very articulate
Yeah.
in how he explains.
Yeah, does a great. Like he should be on CBC. You know what I mean? He tells the truth.
He's a great
he
channel.
tells the truth too. You know what I mean? Like, you know.
Yeah, no, and exactly, and I'm sure he knows. Like, you know, like if I told him some, like when, like if someone tells me something and I tell them, so like if I know they're wrong and I tell them something, it's not because of my ego. I'll just be like, no, buddy, you know what? This is actually, and you know, it's backed up by source. Like a lot of people just have an ego and they just have to always be right, and, or they want it to be their narrative.
Like I was telling you earlier, like in my timelines, and when we did the first interview, my timelines were off, and right, I was just going all over the place, right? And so here it all is. Here's my whole life right here.
I know, right?
You know what I mean, right? So I was looking through, and I go, holy fuck! I was only out in Alberta for 9 months. It turned out, not. I thought I was out there for 2 years. It seemed like 2 years hitchhiking and everything that went on out there. Right?
When do you think are you done? Are you done, Mike? Are you done with it? Or are you still putting touches on it? The book.
Oh, I'm still putting touch. And when I took it to one publisher and I got good advice. So you're missing this, you're missing that. So I had to get all my records and everything in the timeline. Because if it's going to be nonfiction, you know, right? It's right?
Yeah.
You got to be accurate because you know how the internet sleuths get, you know.
But that wasn't November in '81. That was no, you know, exactly.
yeah. You know what I mean? You didn't meet Vito Rizzuto. Yeah, I know you were there. Yeah,
listen, I can tell you do you ever hear the pantomime?
Well, I learned watching you guys, all the nonsense, all the goofs that come on, like sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
You know, you
I
guys
can tell
come
when
on here.
someone's
You guys are a bunch of goofs. You guys should, you know, get your own channel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How about try that? You know.
But he broke down though real good, explaining how like you are legit though, because of like everything you were saying, it just lined right up though with everything. And then when he was talking about the chocolate, what was it, the hash thing?
Yeah. Oh, the chocolate from the green plant, yeah.
From and all that stuff though, and like.
But just to correct on that, we were getting it from Afghanistan. Right.
Okay.
Right, it had the stamp and everything. It was Afghani. And that's why they made it law after Mama She that if you were selling more black hash from Afghanistan, you were funding terrorism. I think it's still a law now. Like, you know what I mean? You get caught.
Oh yeah, because you told me that. Yeah. What's this, Eric McPavley? Bobby, you do the show Love After Lockup. Dude, I don't know do you know what that is? Love After Lockup? Is that a channel?
Not me.
Oh, okay.
What does it say?
It says, Bobby, you do the show Love After Lockup. I think maybe it's a channel, like he's like saying, like, you know, did you
Yeah.
or
Well,
do you
well,
possibly? I don't know what it is, but maybe it's a channel. He's probably saying maybe he's saying it's a good channel or whatever. And
well, if it's a compliment, thank you. If it's not, you know.
you go, yeah, you go fuck yourself. No, I'm just kidding, Eric. I don't know. Eric was asking some fantastic questions, though,
Yeah.
man. I really appreciate
Maybe
it.
I should continue on. I want to get back to.
He's real quick. He just said, Bob, you should do. Yeah, he's just saying you should do that show. Yeah, well, yeah, no, Bobby's definitely going to be doing more shows without a doubt. I even had people reaching out though that wanted to get you on their channels and stuff like that. And I really appreciate you too, like giving me like the exclusive, like, you know.
Well, this is to me because I'm telling my story with Dean, and I just want to see how it's going to go because this isn't like I'm putting myself up there. I know, but I don't care. But it's for his kids. Like their kids lost their mother too, so like they have no parents. You know, so you know.
And yeah, no, you're doing it for Dean, and you know, and you guys. I mean, that was your man right there. You know.
Well,
and,
you know, me and him made a lot of pacts as kids. People might think that's silly, but hey, call me a child, but I'm sticking to mine. And I know he would if things were, you know what I mean? Like he was just like that.
Yeah, no, you know, that's why I was wondering though when Annette was like asking what was the final straw. Like I wasn't sure if it was like what happened like with Dean or whatever though, but because Dean passed in what year again was it?
2019, January 22nd.
And then what would you say that you like pretty much started changing your life?
Well, I was already changed by then.
Yeah, by then you were already changed. Okay,
yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. I basically changed shortly after 9/11. Like that's when actually, I think it was before that. I started working down at the ports in 2000, I think, right? So, or was it 99? But when I started working on the port, I was weeding myself out. I was working 12-hour shifts. I moved up the ladder path. There was a guy, our union president at the time. He really liked me. He was, IRA guy. You know what I mean? Irish guy. Sean Murphy, a redheaded guy. Good guy.
Yeah.
He treated me very nice, and he bumped me up pretty quick. Right. You know. Right. And
I love that. I love that picture right there, Dean.
Yeah.
That drop. That's pretty. Yeah.
Yeah, he had a lot of talents, man. Like I tell you, he was a very high intellect. Like to some people, he might have sounded bizarre in some of the plans he had, but when you actually think about it, because he was always about it, some things we're doing, we need a distraction for there, like a musician, and then pull the trick over here, right? Like,
well, you even told me too, though, that he, like, without you even knowing, he would already have something, though, like going on, saying, like he would analyze everything.
Well, I didn't tell you this story on the last one.
The dress at the airport. That's.
Oh yeah, check this is.
You folks got to watch that episode. You guys got to see the episode.
Okay, this is classic Dean. We're doing security for the Rolling Stones concert on the Steel Wheels tour, right? So now, remember I was telling you about the guy, or no? Did I? I don't know if I told you. Well, okay, I was like 16 years old. I was 16. Yeah. I'll tell you the backstory on this guy. Okay, I was 16 years old. I was working at an after-hour car with this guy.
Wait. Did you just say you're? Because I wanted to share that episode thing. Did you say you're doing security for the Rolling Stones?
Yeah. Well, no, like just for the. It was at the C&E. So, well, I'll tell you, this guy Igor hired us to help him do security. He used to have a security company called CPR or something like that, right? I think he was a Paradise Writer or something. But anyways. But actually, Dean and I actually did bodyguard a lot of these guys. We got our picture taken actually later on with Ron Wood and Mick Jagger. Actually,
yeah. Well, you know me because with my shorts on this channel too, I do music shorts. I love music. You know, I'm a musician and stuff.
Yeah, I have to get that photo. A friend of mine, he has it. He was there that night. It used to be the president of the HA. So, but anyways, So yeah, I was working this for extra money at the After Hours Club. It was his, and the place got raided. Okay, they didn't find any money because he was smart about it. When you paid cash, it went down because the way it was set up, when you pull the money down, it went down into somewhere else. So the cops never found any money. So when they were arresting people, getting it, I had my friggin' bag with the lead pipe in it. You know what I mean? Right? Like it. So I got pinched carrying a concealed weapon. So they take me down to 52 Division. Then they want to know if it. Where's the money at that? I'm going, there ain't no After Hours Club. It's just a party. What are you talking about? We know that all of a sudden I'm getting beat, smacked. They laid a trimming on me, but like, you know what I mean? They bruised my spleen. You know, I'll never forget that beating, calling me a bunch of racial names, the whole thing. You know, you're a smart boy and all that stuff. But anyways, so they put a good trimming on me. I don't admit it. They're making me sign a confession. I wouldn't do it. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
So anyways, so I'm in court. So the rule is you get caught in anybody's establishment. He should be Johnny on the spot there with a lawyer and you know what I'm saying? This guy doesn't do that. You know? Just left me there to hang to dry. You know what I mean? Right?
Well, you couldn't even get you couldn't get an attorney.
No, not in bail court, right? Like, because you got to go through.
Oh, bail court. Okay, go ahead. No, I thought
even at the police station, if a lawyer would have came there, because there was no evidence, right? If a lawyer would have got there, I would have walked out of there, and like, you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm sitting there waiting. That's why I was pretty cocky too. I'm getting out of here. You know?
Yeah.
Right? You know, right? But man, yeah. I never got it. He never came down. So, anyways, this is why I love Dean so much, man. So, anyways, I don't know how much time passed after that beating, but it had to have been a good 2 years, anyways, right? At 16, I was 16 then. So, no, it's maybe the next year because we were 17. Yeah, we were 17. We were 17 doing that security, and I'll tell you why I know it's 17. Or no, sorry, hold on a minute. Yeah, like 17, 18. We'll
okay.
Go. I know some time passed after that incident, but I told Dean about it, right? So, anyways, he wants Dean to like everybody wanted Dean to be in their presence and working for them and all that, right? So anyways, we're doing a security watching the front row for the Steel Wheels tour for the Rolling Stones, and Dean doesn't tell me anything, right? So he goes, listen. He goes, if Igor comes by, just tell him you just missed me, right? I go, okay, right? So anyways, he takes off, so I don't even know where he's going, right? So Igor comes, he goes, yeah, he's looking at where's Dean? I go, well, didn't you just pass him? He's, he goes, oh, okay, yeah, he believed me, right? So Dean went to his house. This guy invited him to his, or I don't know, I can't remember. Dean found out where this guy lived, and somebody told him where his safe was. So Dean went to his house. He lived like 15 minutes from the C&E. Dean went and robbed his safe, and then came back to work. Oh, beautiful, man.
So he always was listening. He was always, looking for.
No, that's how he was with me. Anybody fucks with him, like, and I was the same with him too, right? But nobody fucked with him, so
Well, you did not mention though, like about a lot of safe though type stuff. Crack like did you guys crack safes and stuff?
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah, big time. Yeah, they weren't that hard back then either, right?
Yeah. Compared to today, it's Yeah.
Well, we can get into some heists that we did. We did some good ones too. But
absolutely though. And
any
bank robberies out there or what?
Yeah, I did bank robberies too. Yeah, but check this out. So, anyways, the band Living Color opened for the Rolling Stones, right? And then the Rolling Stones came out, and then it was halfway through the show, and Dean goes, let's get the fuck out of here. So we just left, right? Because after the show, everybody's not checking on. So we fucked up, hopped in his car, and he goes, hey, come here. So he opens up the trunk. I go, whoa. This guy had a lot. This guy was a wheeler dealer too, right? He had a lot of money in that safe.
No shit.
You go, here's your cut.
I was just gonna ask. I was gonna Dean. Did you know that Dean was
Just
going to do
because
that?
he fucked me over, you know what I mean?
Did you know though that Dean was going to do that?
Nope. Didn't say
And he still gave you a cut.
Yep.
That speaks volumes about your guys'
That's
friendship.
what I'm saying, man. Like I said, like
wow.
Yeah, but I do the same too, right? Like
I know. No, I'm just saying, though, that speaks volumes, though, that like he took that risk. He did that. Guy was like fucking you over. No, he didn't say a word. And then afterwards, he opens up the truck and he goes, "Here, Bobby, here's your cut." Like that's in the criminal world, a lot of greed goes. They say no honor amongst thieves, this or that. You and
they
Dean
don't make him like him anymore, man. Like like he you know what I'm saying? Like he wasn't perfect. You know what I mean? He made
but I'm saying, I mean, that's a quality. Even though okay, it's illegal to say all that. I'm just saying, like that shows me how much though, like what kind of guy. That tells a lot about his character because you weren't there doing it though with him or nothing. But it's all started because of you. And he's like, well, fuck this, and then he went and took the money and then still gave you a cut. A lot of guys would be like, "Oh, hey, here's $200 that he only had when he really had like $8,000." Yeah. But no, Dean, I guarantee you, everything that he showed you, he wasn't. Yeah. It was what was in that safe, like that. Yeah. That speaks volumes on him. You don't see a lot.
We have the time of our lives on Igor. Thank you, Igor. But yeah, like he was, man. This is why, like, as I got older and then all that happened after his kids lost their mom, lost their father, I didn't know what to do. Like, I was at that time, work was slow. I was in a funk. Things weren't working out either for me either, right? And I felt bad because they always referred to me to Uncle Bobby. And I felt that they were just, well, they weren't left in the cold because Dean's mom's still around, and his sister, and they're beautiful people. But right? Dean made pacts, as kids, right? And so that, and plus I was out of all this shit anyways, right? And I was just getting off the dope, and so I decided, right, to learn how to do, to write a book. Right? So it took a while, but right. Like, and also too, Dean told me also, like when I came back from Edmonton, what my mother did, like, because I told him, I think because of that, like he did a lot of nice things. I don't know, I can't explain why, but he was just, like there were scores I didn't even know. I was just at home, and he'd come over and go, have it all roll and just toss it, like, you know what I mean, bro? Like, come on.
No, I mean, no, and that's what I'm saying though, which is like that story you just told me really tells me about the type of guy that speaks volumes on his character. Like, that he went there, did that, and said, "Here, man," like, that is something though. But I just want.
I know, man. Like,
I want the people to.
That was one time out of many, right?
But this is the episode, guys. It's Canadian Criminal Enterprises, and this is the one that me and Bobby though did. And just letting you know, I wanted to just show it though, in case I believe the description is in the show that you're watching now. So definitely though, give it because we're answering a lot of questions and doing all that stuff though right now, but with the chat, but that interview, man, like I'm telling you, that was phenomenal, man. Like, guys, check that out. I think you'll really, really, really enjoy it though. I just wanted though to put a face to the actual where they could find it though. But
I want to finish my trip out in Alberta, because it's very important, because we started out talking about mothers, right? So I want to know what happened, and then years after, how it if there was a silver lining, right? Like, okay, when I found out where my mother was, she was out in Edmonton, Alberta. And I remember going out there. This is in '82. It was before they came out with the movie channels like pay TV. They used to call it pay TV. And I was at the Who concert. And then from the Who concert, Dean took me to the airport. And then I hopped on a plane in my leather jacket and T-shirt and gold chains. In the wintertime. In Toronto, our winters, like right now, it's like 5 degrees. Like it's not even cold, right? But that night, Toronto was pretty good. It wasn't that cold. So anyway, I get off the plane. It's minus 69. So I had to walk from the airport into the car where my mother and her boyfriend were, and I froze. My gold was sticking. Like when I took peeled it off, my skin came off, but that's how cold it was. You know what I mean? It looked like I had
your chain just like stuck.
Yeah, it looked like I had a clit down there. But anyway, that's how cold it was. So anyway, my mother's boyfriend, he was a drug dealer. This is the guy she ran off with on Easter on us, and so when I arrived there, obviously she enrolled me in school, and we partied like the first few days. I was doing drugs, acid, and smoking weed and hash with my mother and her boyfriend. 15, 16 years old. Right?
Yeah.
So anyways, I get enrolled at school. I'm basically the kid with color up there. There's a whole bunch of cowboys. I'm serious, cowboy hats and the whole 9 yards, right? Right. But a lot of tough guys. I met a lot of good friends out there. Right? And this comes to Dean 3, right? In the last video, it was 2, but I met Dean 2 in London, Ontario. But this is best friend Dean 3 that I met out there at school, right? And he was another street.
Dean 3 is the Dean that you always talk about.
No, Dean 3 is a native Indian guy in Alberta.
Yeah, okay, I remember you talking about Dean, but Dean is Dean 1, right?
Yeah. Dean.
You met in third grade.
Number 1, yeah. You get that right. Yeah. So anyways, things were going right at first until this guy threw my mother out of his truck. I guess they were having an argument, and he slowed down, opened the door, and booted her out of the truck. And you got to realize, my mother's only 4'8". She's a very tiny woman. My dad was 6 feet. She's 4'8" or 4'9", something like that. She's about the same size as my little sister Melanie. And she ended up in the hospital. So I go see her in the hospital. She's not telling me what's happening, right? She comes home, fine. Now, all her knees were all scratched, her elbows, her side of her face. My mother's messed up. I'm taking care of her. So finally, I'm asking her, Mom, what happened? Then she tells me. So this guy pushed her out of the truck. They're having an argument over me, of all things, right? Right, because while we're partying together, I can see that he's a little bit of a goof. You know what I mean, right? Right. But anyways, he got his own apartment eventually. I think he was pissed about that because since I got there, I guess he couldn't pull the shit off. You know what I mean, right? On my mother while me being there, right? So I guess that's why he got his own place, right? That makes logical to me, right? But so my mother tells me what he does. So Jimmy Boy, he didn't live too far from my mother. It was still wintertime. It was very cold. He lived on the second floor of an apartment building. And I knew where he lived. So from my skills being in Toronto and Fleming Park and breaking into places and doing, stuff like that. So, I just hopped up on the second floor balcony, just pulled myself up, catted up, hopped over the little railing. And he didn't have his sliding door for the apartment block. So even if it was, I would have opened it. Those are easy to get in, right?
Yeah. So, as long as they don't have a broomstick, though.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right. Or a bar or something, right? But anyway, I opened the slide door. He's passed out naked, like balls naked, on his couch, passed out drunk. And there's a big 40-pound 40-pounder of vodka on the table. So I pick it up and I'm trying to wake him up. Hey, Jimmy. But, he's moving around, right? So soon as he opened up his eyes, bang, I just fucked him up with that bottle, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it didn't break or anything. Lucky for him, because I probably would have been up on murder. But I caved his space in pretty good. You know what I mean? So anyways, after
no, it's actually worse when they don't break. If it doesn't break, then it's actually worse. Because
man,
yeah.
Oh, he phoned the cops on me right soon as when I left, he was out cold again, right? Like, but there was blood everywhere. I had blood all over me, like from the splatter and everything, right? But anyways, I go home. He calls the cops, but by the time I got home, he already talked to my mother. Said, if you don't get rid of your son, I already phoned the cops. Then then we're done, right? My mother never had a job. Like, he was paying. My mother was on assistance, but it didn't cover everything. You know what I mean? That's how we had her. Yeah, I didn't know we had her under a spell, under control, and like, this is why I feel terrible. Like how I. But anyway, so anyways, I get to the place, get home. My mother's got the door locked. She won't let me in. She even phoned the cops on me. This is how much control this asshole had on her. So now it's like most freezingest day in Edmonton, Alberta there, and she's kicking me out. Phone the cops on me. So this is like 10:30 at night. I didn't know where to go at that time. Like, if I was going anywhere, it was from leaving school. Then I go somewhere with, right? But nobody around, right? I don't know where they're all hanging out right? So I had to go to my school and find a warm place. I knew because of the garbage bins and that. But that was pretty well the warmest place that stopped the wind and the snow coming on you, right? It was in the garbage bins, you know what I mean? Like, it was outside. I didn't go inside, but I froze I tell you, I thought, I thought I was like shaking, like, my God, right?
Yeah.
Right. So this is how Dean and we ended up hitchhiking. Now I'm on the run again. And plus I'm in a little trouble at school too, right? So, but anyway, so we hitchhiked from Edmonton, Alberta to Vancouver. So now you see two young kids hitchhiking. The only people that pick you up, 90% are fucking perverts, right? You know what I mean? Right. So I never hitchhiked in my life. Dean was obviously, experiencing that. So when this guy tried to put his moves on us, he was ready. And I'm not going to stay with, but we fucked him up. We took his car till it ran out of gas, and then we fucked that guy. Well, we both fucked that. This guy was, it's a fucking, right? So anyway, so I'm in Vancouver. We end up in a big giant rooming house, I guess you would call it. It was all young kids, all street kids like this, all plotting and planning to do crimes, how to make money. We do a few scores, Dean and I, and things got ugly there. We went on a job, and guy gave us a tip to go rob this place, and the people were home, right? And I'll just say that the man of the house was no slouch. He was he could handle himself, and it was too bad we had to put him down that way, the way we had to. You know what I mean? Right. And then after that, I knew it was a matter of time before we got ratted on, because we're all over the news like 2 days later, right? Like, our description, not our pictures. Like, even though I was wanted at Edmonton, they didn't have my name or anything from there. But after a while, they put it together, right? So they had my name, right? So I had to take the bus all the way back from Vancouver back to Toronto. So that was like a 5-day journey on a fucking Greyhound bus.
Yeah.
And
because they stop at every freaking terminal on the way.
Yeah, well, look at all the provinces you got to go through. You got Winnipeg, Saskatchewan. You got all the provinces, right? But just that journey alone, 5 days on a bus. Right? But anyways, So I hit Toronto. I'm at Greyhound Station, downtown Toronto. And now I haven't seen Dean in a while. Now he's got the long hair and the muscles, right? You know what I mean, right? So yeah. So we were like, yeah. So when I left Edmonton, like I said, I was only out there 9 months, like, out that way. So I was still 16, right? I just turned 16, actually, right, in February, and then. Oh, this is bringing me back, man. But yeah, so I was so angry at my mother, and we go back to my old neighborhood, Flemden Park, and so I gotta make some money. So I started selling dope, acid, weed, hash, whatever I get my hands on, I sold it. So I had to deal with these older guys. We were supposed to meet up at the plaza, and they wanted 100 lot of the acid I had, and I got side-minded. That it was a ripoff. The guy hit me, I go down, and the guy gives me another boot. So I'm kind of stunned. They took my stash, took my dope, and then they walked away. So time I come out of it, like I even had a knife on me, right, switchblade. I don't do it without anything, right? So. But so I started catching up to them, and all of a sudden they noticed me and they start running. So I start running after them. So they ran in to the side of their building, and there was a fence like this, like high, like that fence was high at I think it was 5 to frame, not 5 to frame. It was in that linkway across from Gateway School, that building there. I think it was 5 Gateway or something. I don't know. But anyways, they couldn't get the key in fast enough where I caught him, and that's where I just went, slashing, slicing, stabbing, you know what I mean, right? I got my money back and then some, and my dope,
Yeah, I bet.
But now I'm up on 3 attempt murder because I got ratted on for that too. You know what I mean, right? I'm not going to say his name because I like his family. He knows who he is. Shame on you. You should,
Yeah.
Because he's the one who told those guys. He knew those guys. And he's the one that told those guys who did that. Meanwhile, it was okay for them to rob me, though. I couldn't understand why he did that to me. And we used to live 3 doors down from him. I couldn't understand that.
Well, we got Ron Arch. I mean, that's well, he definitely didn't have the qualities of Dean. I'll tell you that. That story that you just told me with the safe and like what Dean did for it, like oh yeah, of course it's a crime or what he did, but like you weren't even. He got mad about how you were treated, went and did like that. Just tells you the type of guy though that he really was though towards you, Bobby. Like that was your brother. But Ron Archer says right here, I remember Dean when he was 17. He looked like Conan the Barbarian and always had a hot chick on his arm.
Yep. Well, yeah. We had lots of fun. This Dean and I.
He's a good-looking gent. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had it. The only thing that he always say, he goes, I got it. He didn't want to cut his long hair, but every time he got in the close-up fight, they just grab his hair and rip it out. He had so many like patches of his hair being pulled, right?
Oh yeah, when he was fighting, right? Yeah.
Right. So, but I'll tell you another good deed. Well, I'll continue with the story, right? So now I'm wanted by the cops, and they're looking for me hard, right? Right? And me and Dean are downtown, and I don't know how they caught on to us, but we were being followed. Like they were ready to close in on us. So we started like picking up the pace, and the way the crowd, it was pretty crowded downtown. So we slipped into this place, but it turned out it was a Scientology place, and they had when you go in the front doors, they had like a whole square of tables like this with long cloths. So we dove underneath the cloths and hid, but one of the girls there that was working there seen us, right? And then she seen the cops come in, and the cops asked her, they came in, and she goes, can I help you? Like, she was solid. She was like, backing us up, good for her, right? So she didn't know we didn't go in there and all that stuff, right? So there was a lot of cops. They left, right? So to kill some time, She says, Leonard, you guys fill out this is an IQ test. So we okay. Guess what Dean scored? You know, he scored 169.
Yeah. That's what you're telling me.
You know,
And guess what else he did? When he went on the dance floor looking for someone, the people used to lock their stores, and he was just a teenager.
that's true story. Yeah,
you guys are. I'm telling you, man. Like you guys, there's a lot of these like YouTube guy, people out there, like old gang members, this and that, though. But I mean, the stuff that you did even up until like just 18, like with you guys. I mean,
oh yeah. Well, we were practicing our class at the gasworks at this rock and roll bar at 17. We were going into bars and like, you know what I mean, right? Like I'll tell you, like when I used to, my first job ever with delivering furniture with this Greek man. It was John Blue was uncle. A very good man, but he used to take me around to his capanillos and all that, right? And people would owe him money and like he would tell me he goes, bring your leather jacket tomorrow for work, right? So we go to the cabin, he tell me to put on my leather jacket, and he used to tell his people that I was from the Black Hand. And those guys would pay up, because in the old country, you know what I mean, right? It's the Black Hand, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Black Hand, yeah. When they mail, you never wanted to get that in the mail, yeah. But
yeah,
Mr. Dean, right there. No, is that a drawing?
No, I don't know. No,
is that the one? Is that the one you said that was a drawing, or is that a picture?
Oh, that's a picture, but somebody made a portrait of that picture. There's one of that one, and then there's a portrait. I have both of them. Yeah.
Man, dude, like after you're talking about him and everything, like I mean, obviously, I know I already told you, but condolences, Bobby. I wish I could have got a chance to meet him. I really wish.
You don't realize when somebody's out of your life how much you miss them, and like I said, it's like losing a brother and a sister. Like you know what I mean? Like we weren't blood, but it feels like I mean the stuff that man did for me, like
I didn't even know the movie said the movie stuff though too, like what you were saying though. And I don't mean to I'm not gonna put up the picture though with him on the stretcher or nothing though, but I'm just saying though, Stuntman too, what he called and all that type of those stuff. He just seemed like a jack of like all trades, and
everything he wanted to do, he loved movies, right? Like his own father, Ilya, he used to say, "This, I'll tell you the story of the kidnapping. We used to hang around with this guy Clyde. He was from Jamaica, just the dread, like he had the dread mentality. But this guy was he was another Koresnik, but this guy was no mess, man. He got off." Actually on violence, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
So anyways, he got Dean, somebody in Hamilton owed him some money or something, so he got Dean. So he wasn't home, so Clive, he didn't tie her like he tied up his wife, but just enough so she knew, and waited for him to come home, right? So anyways, this guy comes home and finds his wife tied up, and she knows Clive and she knows Dean, right?
Yeah.
So this guy, they underestimated him. So this guy comes back with a carload of guys, and they got these. So they went first. They went to Dean's father's house, and this is how we got tipped off that they were in town. Dean's father lived downtown on the Esplanade, and we were in Fleming Park. And Dean's dad said, "These guys are at the door." Like, he's talking in his language. Dean's as soon as there's heavy, they speak their language. You know what I mean? So nobody knows what the hell they're saying, right?
Yeah.
So Dean gets off the phone. His dad says they came to the door, and Dean's dad was no slouch either, right? So he goes, I even opened the door and they didn't come in. They were afraid, right? He said what did he have? He cracked a nut. He was eating walnuts or something, so the walnut sounded like he cocked a gun or something, so they didn't come. That's how he scared them away.
Bobby,
Yeah.
you got to let me. You got real quick. Remember when Dean escaped from prison, and after a week he took a limo back to the prison?
Yeah. Yeah, he did. You know what the story was? Or when he got set up for him, the judge goes to him. It was all in the papers, right? Right. He says because his father had a stroke, right? So he says, "Is this the man that escaped? Is that the one that went on Christmas or was it New Year's Eve to go see his ailing father?" Yeah. 30 days. He got 30 extra 30 days or 60 days or something like that. That was
But he
it.
escaped from prison, though, and goes back in a limo.
Yeah. Well, like I was telling you, when he escaped, he phoned me, right? You know what I mean? The SWAT team's looking for him. You know what I mean? Right? I'm watching cops on TV. Got my girlfriend, SWAT. Then the SWAT's in there searching for him, crashing my house, and then he phones me.
Yeah. What you were saying earlier, yeah. Unreal.
Yeah.
Unreal. Well, listen, Bobby, we're at the 4-hour mark here, which was really like 3 hours. I got to handle some stuff here.
All right.
The door is always open for you. Obviously, you come back on anytime. Sorry for your loss, Bobby, but with everything the way things turned out, would you do anything? Oh, well, you could answer this question. Sorry for your loss, Bobby, but with everything the way things turned out, would you have done anything differently?
Not really, man. You know what I learned and what I learned about people, what I learned about respect, what I learned about loyalty, what I learned about so many things. Not too many people live a lifetime and don't learn those lessons. So I survived. I'm okay.
It made you the man that you are today.
Yeah. That's all I can say about it. Like,
now you're doing good. Now you're on the straight and narrow, doing good. Working man now, living right, and not having to worry about when you're selling drugs or a score, looking over your shoulder when with the money you're making, it's your money.
Well,
and
well, the only thing I regret was the people that got hurt over, as you see now, over nothing, over money or right? People that
like
were
the
murdered.
story you said, like the story you told me though about the kid that came up to you,
Yeah. Like this had a.
You want to finish though, like with that one?
Yeah, sure. This kid came up to me. I was coming home from work one night. I didn't know who he was. Like this was maybe 2 years, 2017 or something. So I'm in my late 40s. I have been retired out of that life for like 15 years already. Right? So, but anyway, this kid comes up to me and he's got this look in his eye, and I can tell he's not out there. And then he asked me. He says, "You're Bobby, right?" And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "What happened to my father?" Kind of stunned me, and I can see this kid ain't out there, right? And I said, "I don't know who your father is, right?" So he tells me who his father was. Then I knew who his father was. His father was a rat, so he got whacked. It's just simple as that. That's what happens, and like being ratted on is part of the game, fellas. It's not the cops you got to worry about, man. If you just diss somebody the wrong way, they're gonna rat on you.
The message, though, in that is that when people, what you got to realize when someone gets whacked, like you said, was the revenge factor. Besides all that, the kids that are left behind.
Yeah.
When you got to go and do time, the kids are doing the time with you. All that type of stuff.
Yeah, especially when they're dead. Like this kid was serious, right? And I didn't know, but I didn't tell him. After when he told me his father's, I knew what happened to him, but I didn't tell him. And like he went to all of us. He went to Dean. I don't know if it was Joey or Danny he went to, but he went to like 3 of us and asked. And then when he went to Dean called me. He goes, "Who is this?" Right? You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah.
Right. So.
Yeah, no, but there's the message in that though is that everyone signs up then, if you're signed up for that game, the consequences, but the kids though that are left though behind, when you
well, exactly, man. Like like we like you got to think of, we're out there on the streets all the time, coming home late. Fucking like, how do you tell? Yeah, we were just playing cards all night. Like, come on. Right?
Or though when you go away to prison, or someone does this or that, or like gets killed, or this. I mean, it's not good. Like a lot of families get devastated. Yeah.
And this kid obviously loved his father, misses him.
Yeah.
And this is what I mean about all these words. This is what they create, man. Right?
Yeah. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Bobby, this was sorry about the beginning though with the technical difficulties and all that though, but we got it though to work. I want to definitely thank everyone though who watched in the chat though. A lot of new people came in. Thank you, Crazy One, Canadian Underworld News. I really appreciate you, Crafty One. I said Crazy One, Crafty One, Canadian Underworld News. Subscribe over there. Great guy. Eric McGamley, great questions. Ron Archer, thank you for making me laugh. Dean went back in a limo. That's hysterical. It is. Yeah, I mean, come on now. Who escapes prison and goes back in a limo?
But his time back there after that, the guards weren't too,
Crime just doesn't pay. John doesn't pay. Dylan Gates, fuck that. He's talking about if people. I can't stand that shit. You narc. You're a punk. I think he's talking about rats. I guess. Who knows? Thanks to you both, Crafty One. Thank you so much, my man. And like I said,
Crafty. Right on, brother.
Thank you for man. Yeah, thank you too for plugging the channel. I appreciate it though, and I'll also put it. I'm gonna check out some of your videos. I'll put them up in my community. So if people see him, subscribe. This guy knows what he knows his stuff.
Yeah, Canada's the news right now for all the gangster stuff now, man. Like, it's just action packed.
Yeah, no, I was good. I was so grateful though when I woke up and I saw that though when he did that by. What's that, Bobby? Eric McKebbin. So Bobby, why are newfies are fucked?
No, they just speak another language. It's just another dialect of English. That's all. But they're great people, and like I love the Newfies. But they're from Newfoundland, and they're not stupid. They're just fun-loving people. You know what I mean? But they, what I mean? They're tough too. But they just have a different. They're mostly Irish, and they have a different English dialect. That's all, and it sounds funny, right? So, like people from PEI or New Brunswick, you know what I mean? It's just different type of accent. That's all.
Well, listen, man, this was great. Everyone out there, if you don't mind, please subscribe though to the content. And Bobby will definitely be back on. I mean, Bobby, you can come on anytime for lives. I'm sure you still have more stories. Though we could do another segment. I'll be breaking a lot of your group stuff down. I mean, a lot of clips and stuff like that. But subscribe to the content, guys, and thank you. Hit that like button if you don't mind. It helps get this moving. But more importantly, in the description, check out though the Hard Life Bobby Bright, the episode that we just done on Saturday, and that you could find right on the homepage of the Loomis Show. And Bobby, I can't thank you enough. This was awesome, man. And
thank you, man. Like, thank you.
Yeah, what do you got going on tomorrow, though? You're right. I'll just give you a call tomorrow. I mean, Bobby's not just a guest; we're good friends. So I'll just give you a call though tomorrow, and shoot the shit, and then because I have an idea that I think though that I want to run by you, and for on here and stuff like that though. But should try to get Joe Milley on.
I think Joey's got what's that brain disease? Dementia.
Oh God, that's a tough one. Yeah, because he said he's a wild man.
Yeah, Joey was the shit, man. That's for sure.
Dylan Gates, take care, Bobby. Good man.
Yeah, take care. Thank you, Dylan. Right on, brother.
No, this was fantastic. And guys, remember, I know I can't express it enough though, but that first episode though, the one that we did on Saturday, check it out. Rizzuto, everything. Bobby covered a lot on that, but we'll be doing a part 2, Bobby, pre-record again. But I'll give you a call tomorrow, my friend. And this was fantastic.
Yeah, just so you know, I didn't want to say what was in the first one, just so I want people to watch it, right? So.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. You know, whatever. You know, it's all good though. But like I said, you could come back on live anytime. Like, you know, we could set, you know, any day, anytime. I don't care, man. You know that. But Bobby, thank you so much. And everyone, again, please subscribe. Please give this a like, share it out there in Canada. If you don't mind, share it on your social media platforms. Try to get by, because Bobby's book though will be out sooner, you know, soon enough, and get him some exposure. And because this is, and Bobby, again, I appreciate you giving me the like exclusive, like, you know, you wanted me to do this, so that means the world to me. Like, you know, that you picked on my channel.
Hey man, you're a great guy, man. You know, right?
Well, you're
you're with with Joe Buffalino, man. Wow, that's royalty, and in his story, like you know what I mean? Like, look at all that.
Great guy.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe's the man. No, Joe's the man.
You can tell, you know, he's a no nonsense guy. You know, I watched some of his videos today, and wow.
Oh yeah, even stuff though that's out there already, like on paper, he won't even know talk about though. But there's that's oh yeah, you guys could go to the official Buffalino family page. There's me and Joe out to dinner too. He's a fantastic gentleman. But if you go to Instagram, and then there's Joe's father, Russell Buffalino, and but if you go to Instagram and type in the Buffalino family, follow that page, because I mean I have all the memorabilia and letters from like Frank Sheeran to Angelo and all of Russell's stuff. You guys will enjoy it if you guys are into the Buffalino family. All you guys out there, and
like look at all that crap he's got to read from these books. People making a buck off his family. You know what I mean? That's disgusting. You know what I mean? Not even telling the right story. You know?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, so, and you know, now he wants to, like, you know, tell though his side of the story, and that you can't blame him. You know what I mean?
Oh, no. Yeah. And, that would piss me off too, man. These guys profiting, no respect, man. That's what I hate about this world, man.
Well, especially though, like when with that situation, it was just totally unnecessary. Why it was said, because like they were great friends, but that'll be in the part one is already up on the Buffalino family. Check it out, guys. And you could follow me as well on Instagram and Loomis Darty, because I put a lot of clips up that's not even on here. So I think that's also in the description. We have Bobby's episode in the description, and we have Crafty One, I believe, is up in the description. Give him a subscribe as well. But Bobby, again, thank you, my friend. I'll give you a call tomorrow. Give you a call tomorrow afternoon. And this was awesome, man. Thank you so much. And everyone out there.
Thank you also, man. And thank all your people. Great people on.
No, this was great. And all these new people that came in, though, man, you guys are awesome. And Eric and all of you, thanks for the great questions. And thank you so much. So, The Hard Life, Bobby Bright, check it out. It is in the description. And thank you guys so much again. And Bobby, I will give you a call tomorrow, my friend.
Okay, brother. Right on, man.
All right, my man. Good night.
Good night, man.